we sounding good? How we sounding good? Yep, sounds good. Kind of a chill introduction, everybody. There's some Hazel Basil. She's vibing. Oh. She's gone. The pup is gone behind the tent. Wow, 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 wow. What up? Well, I was going to give you all just some time to enjoy the Hazel Basil while I do some administrative stuff. But I guess now we'll have to do something else. Oh, where's that video? It's been a long time since I played the video. It's pretty hype. Stream stuff. I'm doing everything left-handed now. Is this it? I think this is it. It might be a little loud though. Let's find out. All right. Hopefully that was worth your time. I enjoyed that a bit. And let's also hope the stream doesn't get shut down, even though that should be copyright-free music. Should. But you never know. You never know. All right, tournament's been started. I'll get to that in a second. Just let me finish doing administrative things. Nobody yell. Don't yell. Don't start yelling. I'm doing my best. I'll explain why I'm so fucking slow in a second. At everyone, 3-for-1 announcement. Stream is live. Skaven Slave Tourney has started. And Storm Vermin Tourney check-ins are open. Okay. Okay, cool. All right. All right, almost done. Almost done. Everybody calm down. Summoning Hazel's Blackhounds of Doom, new shadow spell. It'd probably do more damage than the Black Whirlwind spell. Watching this trailer made me realize Skaven have been hurting elves in more of their trailers than lizards. Yeah. It's also funny in the books, the Thankful books, they talked about how really the Skaven avoid the lizards at almost all costs, except for Clan Pestilence. Clan Pestilence specifically just wants to keep fighting them. No Skaven versus dwarves or humans at all either. Yeah. Though Queek kind of fights dwarves, though. He came out in Warhammer 2 and then didn't have any interaction with dwarves for most of it, so yeah, that was kind of awkward. And then in Immortal Empires, even Immortal Empires is awkward because he doesn't really get to fight Belegar or Skarsnik. They never make it to Carrick 8 Peaks. It's just Queek. Yeah, so I guess Queek's story isn't done the best on the map. All right. So we are live today with our usual Saturday fare. 2 tournaments, both the same thing, just separated by bracket on the Vermin League, our best of 3 Discord bot ladder thing. So we'll start off the Skaven Slave through Clan Rat ranked tournaments. 7 people signed up today, 5 checked in. So we have the 5, Shogunik, Danny Lagi, Sabrus, Raced, and VM John Silver. I think Raced or Sabrus Regnum have to be my favorites. I'll go with Sabrus for probably winning it, though I could see either of them doing it. Yeah. So Sabrus or Raced will probably win that one. And then in an hour, Storm Vermin through Greyseer tournament will start. We'll see who checks in for that and such. And wherever that tournament is, by the time we finish up streaming the lower tier one, we will hop right into there. So we'll go from one to the other for a seamless day of best of 3 sweaty tryhard action. Sound good? Sounds good. I won't predict the winner of the other tournament just yet because we don't even know who's going to check in. So that's a little brutal. All right, there's chat. 2 Tourney Tuesday? Yeah. I don't know. My right hand's been pretty sore. So I'm trying to use the mouse with my left hand today. And we'll see how that goes, because I'm just spectating, so it shouldn't be that bad. But man, my cursor speed and accuracy is slow as fuck. Danny Lagi and Shogunik can stream spectate. Someone said Skarsnik beeline for 8 Peaks one of his campaigns. He took it in like 18 turns. That's hype. Wish that would happen more often. Alright, YouTube apparently has the bug today where it's not going to update how many people are watching, so I'm going to have to refresh it every so often to see how the stream's doing, so that's cool. What did you do? Nothing. Prediction how often we'll see Dark Elves today? Oh, God. Probably about 4 out of 10 games. 4 out of 10 games we'll probably see Dark Elves on one side or the other. Now that's thinking that some people will maybe ban them. Is the Shredder of Lustria meta for land battles? No, though I actually think the Dreadsaurian kind of is. I've been having a lot of success with the basic Dreadsaurian. Not the feral one. The one that doesn't rampage and has machine guns on its back, but not the Shredder of Lustria. So, yeah, I don't know. My hand's just been kind of sore. I did shovel a bunch of snow recently, so maybe it's that. But in general, it's just I don't want to fuck up my hand. So we're trying to find a game right now. Gray sent me a chat. I can't really deal with that right now. Okay, I did start the tournament. Nice. Grace wants a picture of the moo cow. Fine. Fine. I'll find him on the other side of the tent. There's the moo cow. He's on the other side of the tent. But I'm busy streaming, so you can't keep asking these things. Look at. Say sorry to chat. Thank you. Okay, goodbye. There. So, I don't know if the first round people are AFK or what. I haven't seen anybody messaging anybody about games. I did check. I started the tournament. This ain't on me. This ain't my fault. Oop. Danny Loggy said we could watch. I'll send him a big old smiley face. I'm so excited. The carpal tunnel of love. me go lurk in the multiplayer lobby, see if I can just find it offhand. This just says Vermin Tournament. We have a 50% chance this is the right game. Let's go. Just got back to the game after being put off by Warhammer 3 launch. Yeah, the campaign for Mortal Empires is pretty dope. It's pretty great. Online, I've been having a ton of fun. It kind of varies from person to person. Your mileage may vary. I think it's been fun. People have been frustrated by the meta. Here's my take on it. People have been really frustrated by the meta being stagnant because since Immortal Empires has released, the same things have been strong. In CA, they had some patches where they kind of nerfed it. They had some patches where they didn't nerf anything that was popular. So people have been frustrated by that. But if you haven't been playing, then you haven't experienced the meta, then it's fine. The meta's fine. Like, people are sick of the meta because it's been played too much and stuff. But if you've never played it, it's a fine meta. Cavalry in general is pretty important. Archers are strong. Trying to think. Dark elves are very strong. High elves are very strong. Vampire counts are strong. Vampire coasts are decent. I've been souring on Vampire Coast recently, but a lot of high level players still like them a lot. Minotaur rushes are very strong, like stuff like that. So it's easier to talk about what's weak. Chariots are weak. Is anything else really struggling besides chariots? I don't know. Artillery in general, yeah, is struggling. Like, there's a couple instances of specific artillery. It's like, oh man, the Iron Blaster is good. It's like, all right, great, but I'm talking about a across the board general statement. Artillery is not that good right now. There's some factions that are really weak. I need some help, but yeah. Anyway, if you haven't played, she's pretty good. Tyrannok chariots are OP. KV, get your lies out of here. Your lies are slander. Left hand struggling. Must. Feel free to show my armor build. I don't watch streaming, comment or talk about it. I'd gladly watch it later. Okay. So Shogunnik wants some thoughts on their build. That would make me assume that this is actually Bretonnia versus Empire. So the blocker's coming down because Shogunnik specifically said we could watch his build and talk about it. Greenskins are weak? Overall, yeah. Do you think a funds increase would be a good change? In the long term, no. It's fun for a one-off tourney, but eventually another meta would show up. It would make certain things weak right now, but not balance the game better overall, I guess. I don't know. Because you could have more degenerate single entity stuff. You could have more elite healing blobs, maybe. Then again, like certain things like Scourge on Chariots wouldn't be that strong. Yeah. I think the meta would be different. I don't think that it would be a magical fix for every problem ever. What do you think of Turin's cast of land battles with capture points? It was fine. I don't really have a problem with it. Yeah, my thoughts on the land battle with cap point mod are complicated because I don't think the mod itself is a problem. But here's my twofold thought on why it won't fix everything. One, the good games to cast are just land battles. Like, with the capture point mod, right? A good game to cast, in my opinion, and this is all my opinion, a good game to cast is just going to be a land battle. Like, you could take out the capture point and it wouldn't matter. The capture point's just there for super degenerate fuckery, right? Well, if someone's doing super degenerate fuckery, it's going to be a shit game to cast anyway. It just has a defined endpoint. So that is nice. I'm not pretending that's not nice, but it's like, okay, bad games are going to be bad games. They'll just be less bad, I guess. Or even just as bad to watch, but less bad to administer, which I really don't have that many problems administrating things. But like, it could also encourage more, it could, I don't know if it will, but it could encourage more bad gameplay in my opinion. Like forest camping while you just have an iron blaster scooting around trying to shoot and your opponent's just dodging, and it's like, okay, more games could end up being that way, whereas currently that style of play is banned. So it's like, yes, it's nice to not have rules, but the rules are there kind of like soccer, you know what I mean? Or football, whatever, wherever you live and call it that. Like soccer and football, it's like, oh man, it's so stupid. The rules say you can only kick the ball with your feet. That's dumb. What if I want to use my hands? Well, that's a much less interesting game to watch if someone just picks up the ball and runs at the other goal and you're still not allowed to touch them. Well, then, well, if we can't touch them, why don't we just allow it? You can pick it up with your hands, but you can also tackle a guy. Okay, so that's rugby / American football now. It's a very different sport. So it's like, rules are there for a reason, I guess. And as a caster, I don't really want to cast any bullshit games in land battles with capture points, or in domination mode. Like, bullshit games are just not fun. So I don't think it like solves that problem. It just changes it. It would be, now here's the positive, it would be an excellent quick battle mode. Excellent quick battle mode. Or ranked ladder, or whatever you want to call it. But that's, because, you know, when you're just playing a game, like, if there is no caster, right? Because that was my perspective as a caster. If there is no caster, it's a better game mode. Because then you don't need to, like, there's no referee, there's nothing like that. The game regulates itself. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. But it is a mod, and already the game's numbers aren't great. I think we're still sitting at about 20,000, which is what it's like. The low point for the Warhammer Total War series is 20,000. It keeps like in Warhammer 2 in the dark times, it would hit that and then kind of stay there. In Warhammer 3, when it tanked out, it would hit that and kind of stay there. So it seems like 20,000 is just the floor of this game, and we're at the floor again. We're sitting at the least players playing over time. So if you take a mod, you're going to cut that small number into a fraction. Now you can argue about, well, only 10% of people would want to play with this mod, or 90% of people want to play with this mod, but you're taking a small community and you're making it smaller. So it's a well-made mod, but it's still a mod, and only the most like hardcore people are going to do it. And like, before some people like mods, not everybody, but some people like mods can get really religious about it and fanatical and just like, how dare you say anything bad about mods? Bleh! It's like, dude, calm down. I'm not a person who plays with mods. I really don't. I never played Skyrim with mods. I played vanilla Skyrim. I know my friend who I've had on the stream sometimes, Mr. Overlord, he also doesn't play with mods. So, like, I know people in my life that don't really like mods. Like, we just want to turn on the game and play and that stuff. So, anyway, the mod divides the player base by a certain percentage even more, just making it smaller. So I think it has some problems, but it is neat. I think a lot of those problems get solved if it becomes an official game mode supported by CA. Then a lot of my concerns about it go away. But as long as it's just like a mod, then you're going to have a niche community playing it. And yeah. Cool shirt, Human. Where'd you get it from? My girlfriend got it for me for Christmas 2 years ago, so you'd have to ask her. Probably Etsy, which is a lot of Etsy stuff. Stream on your birthday? How did you know, Hummus? Mr. Casual, happy birthday. I did not know it was your birthday. Literally how rugby was founded, yeah. Dom has really grown on you. Dom seems fun to play, not fun to watch, judging by what I've seen over the course of Warhammer 3's life cycle. Is like streams with domination have lower viewerships than streams with land battles, and a lot of casters that tried to do domination just ended up quitting streaming altogether. But then domination tournaments have much higher sign up than land battle tournaments do. So, yeah. Forcing someone to play 5 whole games of this before a tournament is a disgrace. You should be ashamed of yourself. All right. That was a long-winded answer for a thing. How do I do this right-handed? Oh, okay. All right, okay. Oh, fuck. My mouse is in my left hand, so we're learning all the keys backwards again. All right, Empire versus Grand Cathay. So Danny Loggy brought Hammer the Witches in 2 Hellstorm rocket batteries, but not the ROR. Hellstorm rocket batteries I actually think are not that great, except for the Sunmaker. The Sunmaker specifically has better accuracy. So I think they're going to miss a lot of their shots and be pretty bad overall. We do have some crossbow in the trees. More Crossmen? Yeah, more Crossmen way over there. A Grey Wizard. With just Pit of Shades and Melkoths. Then we have some Spearmen. Alright, this sucks. Hold on. I can't do it left-handed. I tried. Boom. I think I saw 3 Empire Knights. Yeah, 3 Empire Knights, 1 Outrider with Grenade Launcher, 2 Crossmen, a bunch of Spearmen and Swordsmen. And then Boris Todbringer was somewhere. There he is. Oh my god, he's just getting nuked. Thankfully for him, he has a self-healing, but yeah, that's not going that great for him. On the Cathay side, for Shogunnik, we have 3 Grand Cannons, Jade Warrior Crossmen, Iron Hail Gunners, so 2 Iron Hail Gunners, 2 Jade Warrior Crossmen, 2 Jade Lancers, a Frontline Peasant Long Spearman, and Jade Warriors. Now, the cannons right now are trying to snipe out Boris Todbringer, and they're getting some nice damage on him, but they should probably be counterfiring the enemy artillery, because 3 Grand Cathay cannons could actually outduel 2 Hellstorm Rocket Batteries and the Hammer of the Witches, and then you could force your opponent to come to you. Instead, they are just taking a lot of damage, and 1 cannon's already shattered. Oof. And an Iron Hail Gunner is routing. Boris is getting a fight with the Dragon-Blooded Shugen Lord of Yin. Now, he's so injured, this is a bad idea. If he was full health and she was full health, he would win this, but he's been so horrifically injured by the cannons, and they're still continuing to fire in. Now, thankfully for him, the Dragon-Blooded Shugen Lord is going to try to protect him with her own body, and there might be some friendly fire instances. But, yeah, that is a rough start for the Empire, a little bit, losing their Lord outright to all those cannons. Hellstorm Rock Battery is now firing at Crossbowmen, not really worrying about the artillery duel too much anymore. Fair enough. He'll probably take a decent amount of damage. Looks like the Hammer of the Witches is still contending the fire. Ooh, the Hellstorms have now trained onto him. I wonder how good of a volley it's going to be. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Yeah, a little too inaccurate there on the Hellstorms. Rest in peace. Boris is almost off the map. Since she is flying, she'll never get hidden in the trees, and then he'll rally because he thinks he's not being followed or something. So he is going to get run all the way out. Meanwhile, Empire Knights are fighting with Jade Lancers. They have pretty much the same stats, but the Jade Lancers are about to get hit with the Pit of Shades. That'll change things. Yeah, that'll change things just a little bit. It's cool. Good for them. Other Jade Lancers dive straight in onto Crossmen, but they get rear charged by Empire Cav. There is Outriders Grenade Launchers nearby trying to help out, so it won't be that effective. And immediately, Shogunnik just takes them and fights the Hellstorm Rocket Battery instead. That's better use of his time. Could at least try and kill them that way. Hammer the Witches, down to half HP. Cannon still raining in fire. 1 Hellstorm Rocket Battery shut down. Meanwhile, 1 of the Grand Cannons is routing. It'll come back. They have plenty of health, plenty of leadership. But these Empire Knights from Danny Loggy could go apeshit on the back line. Now that the Jade Lancers that were fighting them are routing, they could run over here, shut down both of the cannons, then sweep in behind the Jade Warrior Crossmen. I don't think you should go for the Jade Warrior Crossmen first, because they do have 90 armor. They'll be slow to kill, and meanwhile the cannons will be shooting the whole time. So just take out the cannons, takes like 4 seconds. Jade Lancer in the Empire back line is routed at last, but it looks like it got an entire Hellstorm Rocket Battery, because I don't see the crew anywhere. So it killed an entire Hellstorm Rocket Battery, and the Hammer of the Witches is getting routed, so pretty effective use of that. Cavalry piece. Jade Warriors have walked up through the front line of the Empire, currently bodying a whole bunch of Spearmen. So those Outriders Grenade Launchers, wherever they are going to have to get busy, and it looks like they are, killing some Jade Warriors. Empire Knights shutting down the Grand Cannon. So both sides have just lost their entire backlines, which is pretty funny. If it comes down to a frontline scrap, then of course Cathay is going to win. They are a lot better. Ow! 1 volley, 2/3, 3/4 of a Peasant Long Spear's health. Goddamn. Anyway, this Outrider Grenade Launcher could actually be key to winning the whole game, but the Shugen and Lord of Yin is back. Boris is dead. Ancestral Warrior summon onto this Crossman. Seems like a bit of an overcommitment, personally. Pit of Shades, onto some more Jade Warrior crossbows. Again, the backline for Cathay is in disarray. These Empire Knights have killed off that cannon. Looks like they're trying to just shatter it, so they never have to come back here again. I understand that, but it looks like they're doing that thing where they just run around in circles. So they might need to get new attack orders somewhere else, even though it sucks, because they're just not doing anything. Ancestral Warrior summon trying to chase down the Crossmen, but they will run away. They are faster than those Ancestral Warriors. And the Shugen Lord of Yin is also after them, so I think you just take this. I mean, it's only 475 gold of Crossmen, and that summon will eventually fade, so keep running with them. Let your Outriders do other stuff. Keep the Lord and Mage distracted. Hammer of the Witches comes back for just a second. Then it runs away. In the middle of nowhere, completely uncontested, decides, you know what? No one can see us right now. We could just say we got killed. And they run away. KV, I'll get to that in a second, because I've already missed too many things about this game, and I should focus. How are we doing in the trees? Fine. Ancestral Warrior Summon has 22 seconds left on it. Hammer of the Witches is back again for real this time. Both Jade Lancers in the backfield, and they're so far from their cannon mounts, I doubt they will actually get back online anytime soon. Empire Knights still trying to cycle charge around, still trying to do stuff. We have a full health one in the backfield. And these Outriders are going to be key, but they have 6 volleys left. They should focus on anything with full HP, because they do a lot more damage on their first volley than subsequent volleys. The explosion damage just doesn't do as much when there's not as many things to hit. You see those grenades are tearing apart that full-ish health Peasant Long Spearman. Getting stuck in combat with Jade Warriors is bad, though. They'll have to back off, and a big Talons Knight is going to hit 2 units? Nah, those Empire Knights aren't actually there. Their flag's just there. So it takes out a whole Spearman. Throw a little bit of friendly fire. Honestly, that's... If you're the Empire player, you're okay with that. Did some of your work for you. Outriders retreat. Outriders come back. Empire's down on the bounce power just slightly. Cathay is up on damage value. Well, I don't know. I'm kind of liking how the Empire's feeling right now. It is, again, I can't stress enough how important it is. Those Outriders just nuke down anybody with a full HP bar. Because finishing off, taking something from 10% health to 2% health is not as important as taking something from 100% health to 80. 4 volleys left. What the hell, YouTube? What did YouTube do? Oh, big Pit of Shades catches 2 full health infantry units. It looks like it was Overcast, maybe? That looks like Overcast damage. Yeah. It's a big play for the Empire, keeping them alive. Remember, the bounce power is always going to be inflated by a full health Caster Lord, but she is still a Caster Lord. Now, she's a Cathay Caster Lord with 55, 40 melee stats and 440 weapon strength, so she's kind of the most buff Caster Lord you'll ever fucking see, but still a Caster Lord. It's not like she's Scarbrand or anything. We do have our second Ancestral Warrior Summon out, so when that fades, that'll be that. The Hammer of the Witches was eventually shattered. Poor thing. For now, I like this. I like this from Danny Loggy. Get his full health cavalry as far away from the Ancestral Warrior Summon as possible. Archers are shooting at the Shugenin Lord, not the Ancestral Warrior, so really good stuff here, recognizing what's a summon and recognizing you shouldn't waste your ammo or your time on it. Outriders, Grenade Launchers, 1 volley left. And it was, you know, there was that Pit of Shades, so a little bit of cheating, but yeah, most of the important stuff has been taken out. Maybe should have fired the last volley at that Jade Warrior instead of using it on that one. It's okay. It's not the worst thing in the world. Cathay's bounce power is being inflated by this summon, so once it disappears, I think you'll see that shove notably back towards the middle. We have a bit of a rally over here, so I will like to see some of these Empire Knights come back, take out these Iron Hail Gunners, finish off these Peasant Longspearmen, and really get them out of there. Iron Hails are bad. They're bad to just let do what they want. Everybody in the trees is routing right now. We'll see if any of them feel like coming back, but for the moment, it doesn't look like it. Backfield, the Empire has 1 healthy crosswoman. Other than that, it's mostly just some Empire Knights and a Grey Wizard versus the Shugi Lord. And these Jade Warriors who are humping a pole. Why are you in the pole? Stop being in the pole. Whatever. Empire Knight and the Grey Wizards trying to take out the stuff, though they have rallied together, so they all get +9 leadership from just being near their little friends. Yay, harmony! He even throws a Melkoth down on these Iron Hails. He's sick of them. He's over it. Because if he does kill them, if you rout them, they'll still give the bonus to stuff nearby, but if you straight up kill them, then the bonus will go away. They shattered, but they do live, so for a brief second, these Peasant Longspears are going to get their bonus. Outriders, Empire Knights, trying to get through everything. Hopes are failing for the Empire, as these Jade Warriors are going to be hard to get rid of, but another Pit of Shades is going to hit him in the face. Maybe take him out, maybe finish him off. Yeah, it's catching a lot of the models. Those Empire Knights are Outriders. I don't know what killed the Shugi Lord, though, because she probably has another Talons of Knights. It's not even like you can blob up on her. Ooh. She does have a Talons of Night. She throws it out as we talk about it on the Crossman. And with the Crossman dying and the Shadows Caster dying, the Balance of Power is probably just going to tip into army losses. There it is. There it is. So Cathay takes game 1. I mean, that was a pretty good Cathay game as far as Cathay games go. How dare you complain about mods, true. Okay. Boris got yeeted right away in the game, unfortunately. Hellstorm rocket batteries did all right. Cannon did all right. Empire Knights were pretty crucial. Outrider's grenade launchers did fantastically. Crossmen mostly got shut down, and the Empire state troops just lost to Cathay state troops. The other side, the Yin Lord did well. Cannons did fine. Jade Lancers, one of them, you can see which one dove the backline, did insanely well. Iron Hill Gunners struggled. They got mostly shut down. Jade Warrior Crossmen got mostly shut down. And then the front line of Cathay just walked forward and slowly beat people to death. Is one up to Shogunnik. I like the build overall. It was solid. No real complaints. I would be curious what the Iron Hail Gunners are for, but they're cheap and they're fine. Never passed the first round through Hank because I suck major L. Wait, you used to win, Deadly Bunnies. You used to win many a thing. I remember you. Dom could be fun to watch if it's not going on for ages and it's clear someone's losing. Yeah. I'm glad you enjoy it, Mark. If you are looking for a domination streamer, the Platypus, the Wild Platy. Could not recommend him more highly. Dead One. I think the Lore Master of Foe Seeker and Pure Main Company is great at tanking. It's a good setup to have 2 cannons behind the other 2. No. No, Grieven. Because then the most often way that artillery will miss other artillery is firing too far or too short. Generally, side-to-side misses aren't as much of a thing. So if you put your cannons 2 stacked, so like 2 and 2, and they form a little square, you're adding more depth, which makes it easier for a cannonball that's going to miss to hit the secondary thing. KV with the $50. Keeping on, human boy. Thank you for the constant ramblings and entertainment. I'll go back to the forest now. KV, that is extremely generous of you. I am really bad at expressing gratitude, but I will do my best while sipping at my tea. Thank you. Thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm going to spend it on drugs. I'll probably spend it on FUDs. Foods, lights, heat, staying alive. But, yeah. KV, just for you, I'm going to make a forest camping tournament where every map is pure forest, and the first 10 minutes of the game are the opponent army's trying to figure out where the other one even is. Surprised the Shugenin hasn't just ran down the caster. Oh yeah, Spellbound, that's a good point. This might be off topic, but did you see the Yumi rework? I saw they gutted her into the dirt. I didn't see that they were going to rework her. Anyway, looks like we have Dark Elves, High Elves for game 2. We will have a blocker up normally, but Shogunnik wanted us to comment on his build, so later he could come back and watch, see what I think about him. Dark Elves, High Elves is... I guess usually you would take Malekith on his dragon, because breath attacks are really good against the super tight formations of the High Elves. Also, Malekith being on his dragon means he can go and breath attack support or just land support any cavalry engagements that happen. Soul Stealer is really strong, etc., etc. But Malice is also an acceptable option. Imrik can outduel Malekith, so maybe if you're worried about just having the less superior Dragon Lord in melee combat, you want to go with Malice, but normally we'd see Malekith here. Triple Scourge Runner is very good. High Elves don't have a lot that can contest it. I think it was the Phoenix King or someone else, but someone was using Bolt Throwers. Actually, that was Platy. Platy had like 4 Bolt Throwers, and he countered Scourge Runners, but it's risky. It's tough. Generally, Scourge Runners are good against everything the High Elves want to bring. So that is good. Dark Shards with Shields are great to countershoot Lothern Seaguard. Black Ark Corsairs, the Dual Swords variant will beat almost any High Elf frontline cost-effectively. Now, I say cost-effectively carefully because anything that can beat them is more expensive. But they can beat anything beneath them or at their cost level pretty well. Like, Rangers are 600 gold, and they'll lose to Black Ark Corsairs. Dark Riders are good. No Coldland Knights is a little sus. Coldland Knights are generally good in this matchup. But we'll see. If there's Dragon Princes, maybe he's just counting on Triple Scourge Runner to deal with it. Warship model in Warhammer 3. Bolts don't counter Scourge Runners, they can dodge. Yeah, at like super high levels. But if you forget about them, they'll take a ton of damage. Bolts are bad versus everything else. You might have a point. You might, in fact, be correct. Alrighty. We're into game 2. It is, in fact, Imrik. And a White Lion frontline. I honestly don't get to see White Lions into Dark Elves a lot, so we'll see how it goes. My first gut instinct is that they will not trade cost effectively. Like, will an 800 gold White Lion beat a 450 gold Bleak Sword? Yes, but my heart tells me that they won't do it to an extent that it's worth paying almost twice as much. We'll have to see. I think they'll be okay into the Black Ark Corsairs. Maybe. Looking at those stats, though, I'm a little worried. Black Ark Corsairs have more speed, 1 higher weapon strength with a bonus versus infantry, a higher charge bonus. Though, the White Lions, once we start the game, will get plus 12 melee defense and plus 2 melee attack, so, yeah, maybe. You just realized that both Lizards and Dark Elves have Golden Cav? Yeah. Yeah. And I've been using more of the Lizardmen Coldwind Cav recently. I still think it sucks, but I think it's important, unfortunately, for, like, how I want to play a lot of my builds. Imrik and Malice, it must be a casual tournament? Yeah. So we covered the entire Dark Elf build. The only thing I wonder is what spells are on the Sorcerer. Spirit Leech and Fate of Buna. Okay, so that's pretty strong, pretty meta. On the side of Danny Loggy, we have 2 Illyrian Reaver Archers, 4 Lothern Seaguard, some with shield, some without. We do have a Life Caster with Regrowth and Earthblood. Ooh, a 5th Lothern Seaguard, also with shields. 5 White Lions. We have Imrik up in the sky. I'm not sure what the Illyrian Reaver Archers are going to do. These guys got some buffs. Some High Elf players really like them, because they're pretty much just Illyrian Reavers with bows, but otherwise their stats are also really good. I don't know. They're one of those units. This happens in Total War a lot, and it's just my opinion, but there are those units where you look at their stat card and you're like, yeah, this unit's jacked as fuck. It's a good unit. Questing Knights, Brood Horrors. Yeah, this is a good unit. Yeah, it's jacked. Cool. And then you use it, and it's just kind of limp. Like, it never really does anything. And there's just some times where I can't explain it, but yes, the unit cards look really good, and yes, they're cheap for their stats, but they just seem to suck. They suck and die. Funny to think both of those lords were troll or meme picks in Warhammer 2. Yeah, I was talking to BF Flyer a bit about the meta, where it's like, you know, people are sick of Imrik and Malice now, or Imrik and Malekith, but if you picked Imrik or Malice or Malekith in Warhammer 2, you were a god, because you were memeing and the crowd loved you. So any meta is like, it's fun for a bit, it just gets stale. And we've had like about 6 months of the same meta, so people are just over it. Anyway, Illyrian Reaver Archers getting deleted by Scourge Runner Chariots plus a Dark Shard Volley. And that is just about breaking. Looks like it's going to hold on for a hot second. Meanwhile, the White Lions do collide with the Black Ark Corsairs, and they take a lot of damage on the charge. Oh my god. Now, Scourge Runners plus Malice are aiding. It's not just a pure 1v1, and Dark Shards, but damn, those White Lions are getting shreked. Oh well. Over here, White Lions are fighting 2 Bleak Swords. They might 2v1. They might. Lothern Seaguard are just taking their day out on these poor Scourge Runner chariots that are sitting within their range. They do need to keep dodging. They do need to keep moving. Scourge Runners are tanky in melee, not as much at ranged. So, the Archer Fire could take them down. Though I do worry that the Archers are focusing so hard on the Scourge Runner chariots that they'll eventually kill them and be like, yay, we did it! Only to get overrun by a mass of Dark Elf infantry later on. White Lions, not feeling it. Emmerich gets a good breath attack down, taking half health off of Dark Shard. But these White Lions are not... They're not feeling the best, Mr. Krabs. Already 2 of them are routing. 3 more are still in the fight, but they're not, like, buzz-sawing through things or anything. They're just kind of existing, doing their very best. Emmerich's going to help out route some Black Ark Corsairs, but soon we'll get to this point, yeah, where all the Lothern Sea Guards are going to suffer this fate, where they'll just get run down by basic infantry. And they'll hold okay, but they mostly want to be sitting back and shooting, so the unwashed hordes of Dark Elves are just advancing on them now, and there's not a whole lot the Lothern Sea Guard can do to protect themselves. Lifecaster's getting chucked around by Malice. Emmerich's probably going to have to come over and help, but he can't in front of all these Scourge Runner chariots and Dark Shards, so he has to stop them first before saving his Life Mage, and she'll probably be dead by then? Maybe? Now, Malice is doing Malice things and just running around in circles instead of actually hitting her. So maybe she'll still be alive by the time Emmerich can come help her, but it's not looking promising. High Elves are actually up on the balance of power. They were for just a second, now they're not. Looks like Emmerich's getting a regrowth or something. Well, he was trying to, then she got knocked over yet again. Scourge Runner Chariot's still shooting him in the face as he tries to kill all these Dark Shards. White Lions trying to fight 2v1 against Bleak Swords and losing. And losing. Questing Knights are good, though. I have tried to use Questing Knights many a time, and they feel like they surround something and then sit there and do nothing and then eventually run away. I don't know. Questing Knights look buff on paper, but I have struggled to see them do well. And I'm not just including when I play, I'm also including when I spectate Bretonnia. For some reason, Questing Knights just feel limp. I don't know. Funny how Scourge Runners have been straight up OP since their release. Yeah, they have been one of the few things keeping the Dark Elf roster meta. Even in, like, the Morathi Double Manticore days, it was Morathi Double Manticore and a shitload of Scourge Runners. Is the DLC in April? Allegedly. Though I'll believe it when I see it, because I have been fooled too many times. White Lions now getting shot by Dark Shards again. Oh, those Dark Shards have probably been what was doing so much damage to them in that 2v1 with these Bleak Swords, because I refuse to believe the Bleak Swords really got that good of value. Yeah. But it is looking ogre. Emmerich's back, but without any healing. I mean, what's he gonna do? And the caster died, right? Yeah, she straight up died. She didn't just route. There's no hope of her coming back. She dead. She dead as hell. Lothern Sea Guard now locked in melee combat, trying to hold back the Dark Elves, but they cannot. And this is one of the reasons this matchup is considered pretty heavily Dark Elf favored, is there's nothing that can really counter the Scourge Runners too effectively. Scourge Runners counter a lot of what you want to bring, and then Dark Elves just have more cost-effective infantry. Because, like, High Elf Spearmen are extremely cost-effective stats-wise with their Martial Mastery or Martial Prowess passive and being 500 gold. But they're not that effective against, like, Black Ark Corsairs, because Black Ark Corsairs are kind of juiced in their own right. Yeah, it's just a rough matchup for the High Elves. Fidel Cashflow, hi. I don't know what that emote is, but hi. Marauder Ice Wolf Chariots are OP? Lies and slander. Emmerich only 600 value, unfortunately. White Lions really struggling to smack down the front line. Lothern Sea Guard did well. Lane Reaver Archers did okay. Malice didn't have to do much. He ran around. He did things. Spirit Leech Caster did fine. Scourge Runner Chariots did excellently. This one got 1,700 value. 1,200 on another one. Black Ark Corsairs did well. Dark Shards did fine. Dark Riders ran some stuff down, and Bleak Swords were there. They existed. They did stuff. So GG. And that'll be a 2-0 to Shogunnik. Okay, how else are we doing here? So Shogunate could go fight Sabrus. Raced and John Silver are fighting somewhere. And how's the other tournament check-in doing? 6 out of 10 people have checked in. Green One, Strat Game, Karma Dinner, and Bjorn have not checked in. Okay. Okay, sorry. Just reading some things. Just getting learned. So it should be Sabrus and Shogunate somewhere. Don't know if they posted yet. Oh, dot is usually raced. I could hop in here and see what game they're at. Oh, hey. My camera is still for the standing desk. Whoops. Kill. Okay, I'll message Race and ask what score. Hey, you guys ready for Dark Elves again? You guys want some Dark Elves? Some Dark Elf action? Guys, Dark Elves? I'm hearing Dark Elves. Alright, let's watch some more Dark Elves. GGX raced. I don't know what the score is. He'll tell me in a second. I'm just doing the names. This is apparently game 2. So it's 1-0 one way. He apparently won in VP versus Zinch. So yes, the score is correct. It is 1-0. So this is the bottom of the bracket. These guys were matched up while Danny Loggy and Shogunate were fighting. So we're hopping in on game 2. Oh, but ladies and gentlemen, I promise you this is a Dark Elf game worth watching. I promise you this is a Dark Elf game worth watching. I was gonna make some tea. Did I miss anything in the Battle of the Pointiers? Yeah. I mean, it was a good game. It was a quick game, but it was High Elves, Dark Elves. You've seen it before. Dark Elves brought up better front line, smacked through the front line, and did good stuff. Imric tried to carry the game, but he unfortunately could not. It's good stuff. But this is gonna be a good Dark Elf build. It's gonna be exciting. I promise you. Hey, look at me. Look at my eyes. Hey. It's a good one. It's a good one. The good ones that are gonna be had are good ones. Okay. So you might be saying, Human Boy, what is so cool about this build? There's a black dragon, there's a caster, there's a lord. Yeah, we get it, it's Malekith. No, those are 3 different things. There's a black dragon, just a feral in the wild black dragon. There's a lord that is not the caster, and there's a caster. What the fuck? Is this a good build? I don't know. Is this a spicy build? It's very spicy. It's too spicy. Alright, while they're setting up, I'll cast them when they set up, but I don't want to chase the units around. So for VMs, John Silver currently on the back foot. He is taking Chaos into Dark Elves. We have the usual core of Skirmish Cav, 2 Marauder Horsemen, 2 Marauder Horse Masters. We have Be'lakor with Pit of Shades, Melkoth Mystifying Miasma, Dark Master, and Shadow Shroud. Wow. Oh, wow. He brought him, like, fully kitted out. What the hell? More damage, more melee attack. He brought the regen. And then remove psychology. What the hell? That is an expensive Be'lakor. I don't know if that's worth it. Probably want to cut some of those things. Damn. Anyway. 2 Hellstriders, also to support the Skirmish Cav. Then we have 2... Whoa. A Chaos Warrior of Khorne with dual weapons. A Chosen of Khorne with dual weapons. Triple Forsaken. Okay, yeah, that's the whole build. Sorry. That was disjointed as fuck. So 4 Skirmish Cav, 2 Hellstriders, Be'lakor, and then an Infantry core with a fucking Chosen of Khorne with dual weapons. What the hell? Dude... If these Chosen of Khorne just get shredded by the Bolt Fiends, I'm gonna be so sad. Chosen of Khorne go burr, but only if you get into melee combat with them before the Bolt Fiends just take your head off. For the Dark Elves, now that they're all set up, we have 2 Dark Riders, 2 Cold One Knights. Then we have some Bleak Swords as a front line. We have the Bolt Fiends. Dark Shards with shields. They have Shield Breaker, so they get rid of some shielded stuff, but otherwise they're just a Dark Shard. Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech Caster, 2 Scourge Runner Chariots, a Black Dragon, and the Dreadlord Sword and Shield with just her +5 melee attack aura. Don't really know why we're taking her, but alright. Okay, we'll see. I think that Fate of Buna, probably 2 Fate of Bunas on the Chosen of Khorne, then they're gonna die. It's probably where the Fate of Bunas are going. I wonder if Rayst wanted to separate his dragon, his lord, and his spellcaster to tax the ammunition of Skirmish Cav? I guess, but Soul Stealer is like literally known for how much fucking healing it does. And Scourge Runners are demolishing the Chosen of Khorne right now. Oh god. They're just getting flung around. Dark Riders get ambushed by the Hellstriders, and with Skirmish Cav support for the Hellstriders, that is going to go extra bad over there. So that is a Dark Rider, unfortunately lost to the winds, lost to the ether. Forsaken have charged straight into the Bleak Swords. Looks like the Bleak Swords are holding okay for now. As a big Pit of Shades, probably Overcast, is going to hit the Bolt Fiends straight on. And that is looking like Overcast damage. The Scourge Runners are trying to make Be'lakor at least regret doing that much. Forsaken have been torn apart. I think the Black Dragon probably breath attacked them while we were watching the Pit of Shades kill some stuff. Chosen of Khorne are lumbering into combat. They've already lost almost half their HP, and I haven't seen a Fate of Buna yet, so I have to imagine it is coming. Meanwhile, the Chaos Warriors of Khorne are trying to fight with these Bleak Swords, and they are winning. Like, to be fair, they're winning. And wow, these Bleak Swords got overconfident. They beat some Forsaken with the help of a dragon and the Bolt Fiends, and they're like, we can do it, guys! And they sprint straight into the Chosen of Khorne and go, oh, fuck! We can't do it, guys! And they run. So the Chaos Warriors and Chosen of Khorne are blitzing through the front line of the Dark Elves now that they hit it. Meanwhile, Cold One Knights are trying to hold back Forsaken, but we have seen this many times before that Forsaken actually trade up into Cold One Knights. There's the Fate of Buna of Legend coming out. Nothing can heal those Chosen of Khorne, nothing can save them. But that being said, I mean, things are going okay for Chaos. They've kept the damage value about even, and now they're in melee combat where they want to be, and they'll generally outperform the Dark Elves in melee. Like, straight up melee combat, they'll outperform them because it's fucking Chaos. And that is going to be a brutal 3-for-1 Pit of Shades cast. Now, it won't catch this entire Bleak Sword or the entire Cold Knight, but it still should do a fair amount of damage. Actually doing a lot less than I would have suspected. I guess it was undercast and only caught the edges of the models. Scourge Runner's still half ammunition running away. Bolt Fiends and stuff will rally in the distance. Nilosi and her Dark Dragon friend trying to get rid of everything, though the Hellstriders being ITP is really making them difficult to deal with. Ooh, unfortunate. Spirit Leech onto a 40% damage resist Shadow Shroud at Be'lakor. Ladyface is faster than him, so she will get away. She'll be just fine. Meanwhile, the Chosen of Khorne almost dead entirely. Hellstriders trying to chase down the Scourge Runner Chariots, and they should be able to catch them, should be able to do well there. And we are about dead even on the balance power, about dead even on damage value, and I would tend to agree. These Scourge Runner Chariots have to get out of melee with these Hellstriders, and then they'll be fine, but currently they're just kind of vibing in melee with them. Now, they're not taking a lot of damage yet, but now that Be'lakor's joined in, and he does cause terror This is probably going to tear out off these Scourge Runner Chariots before too long. Black Dragon still trying to chase around Skirmish Cav. Bleak Swords are routing. Everybody's routing. And I think things are slowly turning into the favor of Chaos. Yeah. Things are turning in favor of Chaos, especially with that Scourge Runner getting murked like that. They lost a model, and they're getting chased off the map by Hellstriders. Dark Elves. Yeah, they're in a bit of a corner. They're not feeling too good, not feeling too great. Black Dragon's gonna try and finish off the Chaos Warriors of Khorne, does a little bit of damage to the Chosen, does a little bit of damage to the Forsaken, routes everybody off, so nice play from him there. But with 4 healthy Skirmish Cav, with a healthy Hellstrider, there it is, off in the distance, and then Be'lakor, I just think that this is going to go very poorly for the poor Dark Elves. All 3 Skirmish Cav are over here. They're all trained on the Black Dragon, who's currently getting his ass handed to him. But Be'lakor is now in a 3v1. This could be a bad time for him. And Spirit Leech. Doesn't seem he has Shadow Shroud up just yet. Scourge Runner's even off on the side, sniping him. This is a big snipe attempt from the Dark Elves, and he has healing that he gets passively when there's stuff nearby that's routing or shattered or anything like that, but it's not going to nearly compare to getting 3v1 like this. He is just getting taken down, and John Silver's not opting out. He's like, fuck it, I'll fight you. Now, as soon as I say that, he opts out, but yeah, for a while there, he was like, let's do it. Let's go, dude. And he stayed in the fight for probably too long, as Hellstrider's going to rear charge the Scourge Runner Chariots. They take a lot of damage on the charge, and they will now try to move. They're almost out of ammo, so I guess they're about out of usefulness. Be'lakor dives back in onto the Dreadlord, misses his charge attack. Meanwhile, the caster and the dragon are nowhere to be found. Can the Dark Elf Dreadlord hold her own? Not really. Yeah, she's running for it. She doesn't give a shit. Black Dragon is routed off by Hellstriders. Another Spirit Leech is coming in for Be'lakor as Skirmish Cav line up, take their day out on the Dreadlord, who is currently actually kind of kicking Be'lakor's ass. So good for you. Good for you out there. Do the Dark Elves really have any hope? There's a couple Bleak Swords coming back. There's a Cold Knight in the distance, but it is mostly, their balance power is entirely tied up in these 2 single entities. And Dreadlord's an okay melee combatant, and the Sorceress of Death, I mean, Spirit Leech is metal and all, but oh, you killed it. Oh. Goodbye, Black Dragon. With that, I think the Warriors of Chaos prevail. Prevail, it's not even a word. You're just making up words now. So it's pretty bleak for Dark Elves. Bleak swords. Damage value is about equal. The state of the game is not equal. Are those the Chosen? Yeah, the Chosen of Khorne are still here, still kicking. Yeah, let's go, Chosen of Khorne. But I don't think the Dreadlord Sword and Shield and a caster can kill everything that's left. A Fate of Buna into the Marauder Horsemasters. Holy shit. That is commitment. That is the biggest middle finger I've ever seen. Hey, fuck your Marauder Horsemen. They just die. They just die for being like over 2/3 HP. God, Fate of Buna, you're wild. Now it's expensive. That's why I said it was a big middle finger, is throwing that much Winds of Magic at a 750 gold unit that used most of its ammunition. I mean, at this state in the game, what are you gonna do? I understand it, but it was just funny looking. What up, Recess? How you doing? Be'lakor is just staying out of snipe range, doesn't really want to get Spirit Leech or anything, and Army Loss is the last going to hit. And the Chad Dark Elf build will be defeated. They have longer range too, Spellbound? I didn't know that, so thank you for that heads up. I hate that YouTube is not updating how many people are watching. I hate it. For the longest time there, I thought we had 18 people, and it made me sad. Who is Buna, though, and why is her fate so grim? I remember I did not like the Chaos Warriors of Khorne and Chosen of Khorne look the same, except the Chaos Warriors have a bigger headdress for some reason, and the Chosen of Khorne's portrait is more zoomed in. Otherwise, they look exactly the same. Marauder Horsemasters did fine. Forsaken did yeah, they did fine. They did fine. Hellstriders, wow. Look at those Hellstrider values. Jesus Christ. 1,600 and 2,000. The Marauder Horsemen did fine. Be'lakor did well too, but those Hellstriders, good God. On the other side, Dreadlord did 800 gold. I actually don't know how much she cost. Look at her portrait. She's just staring into your soul. Like the... Ugh. Bug-eyed. Black Dragon did okay. Cold Knights got largely shreked. Fate of Unicaster got 2,100 value. Scourge Runners did alright. One of them got caught really early and pushed off when it had a ton of ammo left. Bolt Fiends got murdered by Pit of Shades and then Chosen of Corn. Dark Riders got slapped by Hellstriders, and the Bleak Swords got slapped by Forsaken and Corn. So GG. We're going to game 3. Mr. Silver and the Warriors of Chaos. Torox can be up at 3 today. Why are you up at 3? Did you not go to bed or did you wake up early? Because one of those is the right answer. Oh, they're 800 gold now, not 750? That's okay, that's fine. Chosen of Corn should be unbreakable. They almost are. Mr. Casual, they almost are. Warriors of Chaos, more like Be'lakor and friends. I was talking to the Phoenix King about this. We had a dope 5-game series. It was actually really cool for the BBB tournament. I had a lot of fun with it. He won game 5 versus my Empire. And, it was tough. It was like a good game. Like, nothing in the game was bullshit. You know, it wasn't one of those games where you lose and you're like, what's so fucking stupid? Like, he played well, I think I played well, and he won. But I legitimately forgot that Hellstriders were on the Warriors of Chaos roster. And then I just, like, as soon as he loaded into the game and I saw he had, I forget if he had 2 or 4, but when he had Hellstriders, I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, man. Because I just didn't have anything that could deal with them. They can outtrade Empire Knights. Which is like, it's fine that they can do that. Like, Slaanesh should have great light cavalry. I'm not arguing that. But the fact that Warriors of Chaos can take the best light cavalry in the game. So his front line beat mine, his cavalry beat mine, and his skirmish cavalry beat mine. And they had Archaon as his lord, and Archaon's a better lord than anybody on the Empire, in my opinion. Now, I had Balthazar Gelt, so I had a support lord, so it's like, oh, Balthazar Gelt can't 1v1 Archaon? What is this? No, I know. But it was just like, playing it, I'm like, Warriors of Chaos is so fucking jacked, man. What is the, like, why do they have the best light cavalry, the best infantry, the best skirmish cav, and the best lords? The only things they suck at are heavy cavalry and archers, because they literally don't have archers. Oh, and artillery, because for some reason hell cannons suck. But, like, I don't know. I wish that Chaos Knights would get their models fixed, so Chaos Knights were actually really good, instead of... Chaos Knights can be good, but they can also be really janky. Like, there's times where, in the same series with the Phoenix King, I had Chaos Knights of Tzeentch charge his Lava and Seaguard and light archers. I was just bouncing back and forth. And Lava and Seaguard have charge defense. The archers don't have charge defense, and still, it was like no damage on the charges. Like, the Chaos Knights just weren't doing any damage. And someone on one of my videos had commented that, like, there's a bug with Chaos Knight models. They're too big, so then, like, the people on the back of the horses can't attack because they can't reach or something. I don't know. I don't know the details. I just know Chaos Knights feel like rubber balls just bouncing around. So I wish Chaos Knights would get a buff. I wish the marked units that you could take as Warriors of Chaos would get down to like from like 4 to like 2. And I don't think Be'lakor should be on the Warriors of Chaos. He should be Demons of Chaos, probably exclusive. No, light cavalry should not be 150 gold higher costed heavy medium cav. Maybe. Like, that's your opinion. I don't know. I think Slaanesh Cav is supposed to be, like, super good. Oh, shit. I have to join a thing. Hold on. Not join a thing, sorry. I have to start the other tournament. Okay. Sorry. Challenge is down, so the Storm Vermin through Grace, your tournament's stuck for just a second. Also, we have Dark Elves, High Elves again, so have fun with that. Listen, I'm gonna put the screen here while I deal with the administration issues. And who's in the chat right now? Coops, you're in charge of you gotta cast. Coops, you gotta cast while I figure out what's going on with Challenge. Coops, cast it! Go! Go, Coops, go! Okay. Challenge, you are so broken. Stop being broken. Alright, while that tries to figure shit out, what do we have here? For the Dark Elves, we do have Malekith up on his dragon, 2 Scourgerunner chariots, Blackheart Corsairs, and Bleak Swords, 2 Dark Shards, both with shields, and 2 Cold One Knights. This is more typical of what I see, but you can see the similarities between this and Shogunix build. It's just very effective against the High Elves. You have better infantry for the infantry fight, armor-piercing missiles, Scourgerunners, Malekith. It's all really good stuff. On the other side for Raced, Archmage of Death, Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech, Arcane Phoenixes, 2 Arcane Phoenixes to use their butt vortexes on the front line, try and kill them off even quicker. Then we have Lothman Seaguard, Archers, Lothman Seaguard, and Archers, some Silverin Guard and Spearmen, and then 1 Illyrian Reaper. Okay, so the Cavalry and Scourgerunner Chariots are going to run pretty much unimpeded. Yeah. So for the Dark Elves, they're going to have to use their Chariots and their Cold One Knights to win the game. The High Elves just have to keep their Archers safe and use their birds to kill all the infantry and stuff. And why I didn't say Malekith in there is because it's not like Malekith can just fly into 8 Archers and be okay. He's on his dragon. Like, dragons are strong for different reasons, but they can't just sit in front of ranged units. Their models are big enough they get hit by a lot of stuff. Like, Phoenixes and birds can sit in front of ranged units all day because they have janky animations and a small model. But Malekith can't fuck around with that many Archers, he'll die. Yeah. So the Dark Elves, see what's up. They're going to advance. It looks like they're trying to advance at an angle. Don't know what the advantage of this is. Now, it does force the High Elves to... Oh, okay, that's what it forces. So they're in range of the High Elves now, but if the High Elves want their front line to actually be their front line, they're going to have to rotate and spend their time turning rather than spending their time shooting. So it could save the Dark Elves like a volley or 2 from getting shot in the face. I mean, it's decent. It's a decent plan. And these Spearmen aren't rotating fast enough from race, so they're going to be over here in no man's land for a bit. Looks like the birds are going for... Yeah, the birds are going for vortex attempts rather than the front line turning, which could be a problem later on. But you can see the power of these vortexes. I have been on the losing side of it. I think it was Lenorm. Someone brought these against me and actually just dumpstered my ass. I forget what faction I was playing, but they did a lot more damage than I thought they would. So 2 Dark Shards already suffering quite a bit. And the Scourgerunners are having a tough time. Without the big, obvious target of Imric to shoot at. Ooh, yeah, and these are Phoenixes. With ward save and physical resistance, plus their small models, yeah, Scourgerunners are going to have a tough time. Okay, actually, that might actually be a really good tech piece here. Just taking Phoenixes instead of Dragons, because they're harder to hit. Big Fate of Buna on the Cold One Knights, Bleak Swords, Dread Spears, all that stuff. Blackheart Corsairs, everybody's just piling into the front line. The Cold One Knights are a bit sad because they don't have an enemy cavalry police to go fight, so their armor piercing, their anti-large is all wasted, unfortunately. Malekith throws down a big Soul Steal. It's going to hit like 3 units? Yep, that's 3 units. Good stuff. Cold One Knights already pushed off. Arcane Phoenixes rear charging. These other Arcane Phoenixes pushing off the Dark Shards and really, really liking the High Elves build right now. It is rather unique. Archers peeling off the front line while the Spearmen just hold. Spearmen are performing better than the White Lions before just because of their much higher melee defense stats. They're not trading back that effectively onto the Dark Elves, like melee damage-wise, but they're just trying to chill out. They're just holding. Whereas the White Lions are trying to kill stuff. Oh, as far as the High Elves go, all three of their carry pieces are very, very healthy. And there's no healing on this roster right now, so those health bars are actually just full. It's not like, well, he's just Earthblood spamming. It's like, no, they're actually just not taking any damage. It's pretty easy peasy. Go them, go. Challenge on my other screen is still fucking dead as hell. So that's annoying. Murderous Prowess has popped for the Dark Elves. Give them a stat buff they really need, and they are starting to just get through that front line. Some archers are pushed off. More archers are almost dead, but a second Fate of Yuna is going to take out the other healthy Cold One. Meanwhile, Dark Riders... Ooh, wait, no, those are Lune Reavers. I got them the other way around. Lune Reavers trying to fight Black Ark Corsairs. Another Soul Stealer's going to hit 3 or 4 units. I'm going to maybe potentially sneeze, and it's going to be a bad time. Another butt Tornado hits 2 Cold One Knights, doing a lot of damage to both of them. There was the sneeze. We got it. Malkuth's full HP, but he's used 2 or 3 Soul Stealers already while he's been full HP, so they haven't been used to heal him up. That means he probably won't hit his healing cap this game, which could be a problem later on if he gets stuck fighting both of the birds and the Bird Lord all by himself. He won't have as much healing to give because, you know, he's used a lot of Soul Stealers for damage rather than healing. Dark Elf frontline is faltering. It's just taking too many arrows to the face. The Scourgerunner Chariots have not been able to get any value out that they wanted to get, and they might have to get more engaged as, like, actual chariots rather than acting as their skirmish potential. Challenge maybe fixed itself, so I'm trying to work on that on the side screen. Gaze of Malice hitting some archers, but I don't know if the Dark Elves have the sauce left in them, you know? There's a good amount of high elf bodies left on the field. There's just not a lot of Dark Elves left. Malkuth trying to get it. He's just ignoring that bird and going for a great breath attack. Takes out that Lothern Seaguard entirely, and Black Ark Corsairs plus the Bleak starts wrapping this other one up. For now, really nice scrapping back from John Silver in the late game, doing their best. Scourgerunner Chariot still trying to fire in. These birds are very healthy, and these are the Arcane Phoenixes, so they have the rebirth chance that they could heal themselves up later, even if they don't have a life caster. Soul Stealer just misses the Archmage of Death, and it will only hit this one bird. Where are our Scourge Runners? How are they doing? 8 shots, 10 shots left apiece. Currently sitting in spears, but they are just cycle charging, trying to be annoying while Black Ark Corsairs roll up. Malkuth is getting 2v1'd by the birds and Spirit Leeched. And they will kick his ass into the dirt. Malkuth is not an amazing combatant. He's just like, he's cheap, he's on a dragon, and he's a caster is why he's OP, but he's not that OP in melee. He only has 58, 48 for melee stats. Like, he's not incredible. And the birds are whooping his ass! Oh, he's getting murdered! Oh, he's going down! I really like that a lot. I like taking birds versus Dark Elves, because then the Scourge Runners aren't as bad. Arcane Phoenix still chasing around Malkuth. You can see his healing cap all the way at the end of his health bar, but again, it's running in, he's just used too many Soul Stealers. I don't think he's going to be able to get all the way up to that healing cap, and a Spirit Leech is chasing him down. Archmage of Death flying right in, gonna peck him in the face. Boom! Peck! He throws out another Soul Stealer, try and save himself desperately. For the High Elves, their ground forces are in disarray, but this healthy bird and the healthy Lord could be enough to carry the game. Could is the key word. Now, I think the army losses, if it comes in, is a little over-eager for the Dark Elves. We do still have 2 healthy chariots. We do still have a bunch of infantry, but how many more of these tornadoes do you guys got? 1 tornado looks like a piece. 2 on the other one, yes. They actually can clear out nearly infinite amounts of infantry, and I think we might even get a tornado soon. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. Look at that. Ow! Oh, the damage! Oh, the damage. These archers do have to be rallied. They have to be turned around, so actually firing back into the fight. But with another Spirit Leech onto Malkuth and a bird right on top of him, he's probably going to get routed. He's probably going to get killed, and without him, that is for sure army losses. And that'll be that. I'll let you guys enjoy the end of that while I figure out what's going on with Challenge. Huh, army losses didn't hit yet. Weird. Okay. Challenge, why are you being a butt? Stop it. Stop it. Yeah, other websites are working, just not that one. Death Mage, 2,200 value. 2,800 on Arcane Phoenix, 1,000 on the other one. That is where most of the value is going to come from, probably. Spears just held. Unseer did okay. Archers got murdered. Malekith, 2,700 value on himself, did very well. Scourge on Chariots still did quite nicely. Dark Shards got instantly murdered by tornadoes. And the Bleak Swords and Dread Spears did okay, but... sorry, I always say that. Bleak Swords and Black Corsairs did okay. But they were just killing Spearmen and Archers all game, which is like their job, but... So Raced will advance to the finals. I'm going to check up with YouTube chat while that goes. Co-cast with Coops. When? Love the Cantan. Thanks, Spirit of the Gorg. Oh god, chat popped the fuck off. At least they still have the RR Skull Crushers. Hi, Tactical Lich. Give Torox Terror. That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, though I don't know if Torox needs buffs. I'd have to actually, like, sit and think on that. Sludge Cavalry is super good without beating Heavy Cav. Reduce the cost of Skin Wolf Hero. They have Seekers for AP at 1,000 gold, which are also super good. The fact that Seekers are totally skipped over isn't absurd. The legendary Coops returns. Coops never left us, and he never will. Challenge! Stop being a fucking asshole. Okay. Nope. Damn it. Oh, I got the bracket back up. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, but I also need to know who checked in. I'm upset. So you can see my struggles. Because I don't know who has checked in and who hasn't. And this page is just loading infinitely. And if you go to, like, challenge, half the fucking time it's just gonna poop itself, which it's doing now. Why? Why you do this? Hey, gateway error, let's go, dude. Visit cloudflare.com. Is Cloudflare down? All systems operational, you fucking liar. Where do I live? Europe. I mean, I don't know where their server is based. Yeah. Cloudflare seems to think it's working. I would disagree. Yeah, I can't even load the challenge main page. Ugh. Ah! I am the Sag. Hosted on Total Tavern? Maybe. We should have a co-cast Tactical Lich and Human Boy. I would, but Tactical Lich is a bully. He hurt my feelings. Okay. We might have to do that, though I don't know if I have a Total Tavern thumbnail ready. And I do need that. And then I have to redo all the maps. That just sucks. I love how it keeps giving different errors. NGINX 1.14.0 Ubuntu. Perfect. I just want to know what maps I picked for that one. I guess I'll never get it. Okay. All right, all right. Where the hell is the total turn thing? Content manager. Oh, god damn it. Create new entry. No, fuck, not that. Create new entry. Title. Challenge. Died. Starting, what day is it? 25th. Starting 12:30. Image, I don't know. Placeholder. I'm stealing this one. I'm stealing it because I can't do this. Off. External tournament link. You still can't. That what now works? Now works! God damn it, whoa! Now it works. Okay, I'm not gonna delete that just yet. We'll see. Oh my god, just as I was gonna go do that. Hold on. We'll see. It might not be fixed yet, but that was really funny. Okay, it looks like it's still shitting the bed, so I'm gonna copy and paste everything into the Total Tavern thing. And I need the maps, that's important. So then... Oh, I have to manually type out all the fucking maps. Maps. Round 1. Cliff of Beasts, Eschens. Eschen. Gorgazan. I hate it. Okay, yeah, it's still dying, so I'm gonna need to do this on Total Tavern. Valley of Thieves, Prague, Plains of the Dead. Okay, and then I need a round 3, judging by the signups. River, Amixon, Peasants, Pasture, Pillar and Bone. Okay. Peasants, Pasture, something, Pillar of Bone. Oh, it's River, Amixon. Okay. That sucks. That's fine. 3 rounds is fine. Save. Okay, and then we go to Total Tavern. But I don't know how to work Total Tavern! I don't know how to work Total Tavern! How am I gonna do this? Ah! No! I don't know how to do any of this stuff. Oh my god! What the fuck? Okay, we did it. I think. That was annoying. You threatened to change systems, so it decided to work for just a second, then it went away. Okay. While we wait on that, Shogunik sent me a room code for him and Sabris, so I'm gonna see if that game exists. Because they might be in-game. Okay. So you might have a game to watch as I, in the background, try and get everything together. This is just a mess. This is a whole thing. Okay, 6 minutes left till that starts. We have 6 people signed up. Cool. Okay, cool. Torox isn't actually all that good in game 2. He just didn't punish mistakes as most Beastman units. The people who... Oh, okay. I see. Somehow viewership went up while all I've been doing is trying to figure out if the tournament's going to work. That's all I figured out. And for some reason, you people are hanging around, which I appreciate, but y'all good? Y'all okay? Okay. So it looks like Shogunik 2-0'd, so he should be going to finals at the race, it looks like. Okay. We have 6 people signed up for the other one. All right, so finals is getting set up here. So it's Shogunik versus Raced. Okay, understood. I'm gonna just stay in this lobby. And I will update these things. Aim, uh-oh. Shogunik 0. And then, hey, Race's name is already in the right spot. Where's my cursor? There it is. There we go. Okay, how's the other tournament sign-up going? Is my tea cold? Ah, my tea is cold. Today is the worst day. Okay, Total Tavern. We have 6 signups. 2 minutes left till I was going to start that. Okay. Hi, Ben Stein. I've seen Torox rally more than once on 1 HP, so no, he was OP. Yeah, that was a really funny 2v2 replay. It was Swarv and Tank versus someone, and Torox literally comes back with 1 HP, runs back into the battle, dives into some dwarves, fights for a bit, and fucking dies. And I'm like, Jesus Christ! Alright. I am super sorry that we got stuck with all this admin stuff, you guys. But Raced and Shogunek are here. They're doing picks and bans while I'm doing all this, so it's not delaying this tournament. Torx was not usually the best Beastman Lord. Lies and slander, dude. Lies and big slander. So what are the maps for this last round? Golden Monolith, Schwarzhofen, and Flats of Kislev. Cool. I like Golden Monolith. It makes you play different. The green one signed up. Though he signed up and did not immediately check him in. Now he's checked in. Okay. Oh, log in with Discord? What do you mean I'm not logged in? Fuck you. I'm the most logged in I've ever been. Now I have to log in with Discord? Why is everything being dumb? What's my password? Y'all can't see my screen right now? Good. Because I have to look up what my fucking Discord password is. Discord password. I like poop in my butt 45. How could I not remember that? It's such an easy password to remember. Okay, and then I have to go get a goddamn 2-factor authentication. This is just a mess. This is just a mess, everybody. Okay, I'm logged in. Now can I start the stupid tournament? It sent me back to the main page. Why did it send me back to the main page? I just want to start the tournament. I just want to start the tournament. That's all. That's all I want to do. Finalize tournament? That's not how that works. So now I just don't touch it, right? I just don't touch it. Okay, ODM's the green one. ODM Tretch. ODM Hanadins. And then we need VM Berserk, Caradoc, Blood Penguin, and Phoenix King, I think. Look at this fucking bracket. Look at it. Okay, so you know how I usually try to on challenge I can move people around so I make sure that the same clan doesn't fight each other. We're already 30 minutes late. I'm stressed as fuck. I don't know how to use this website that well, so I just generated a bracket, and I think we're live, and it's good to go. And it's ODM versus ODM, and then whoever wins that has to fight ODM. And it's just like, nah, man. I'm doing my best. Total Tavern is like, fuck your clan. Oh god, that's too good. Anyway, there's already been way too much confusion about what the hell's going on, so I just gotta leave it, dude. I'm sorry. I already stole this artwork from whoever uploaded this onto Total Tavern because it just made it work. And now that the tournament started, watch this all of a sudden work. Because I doubt it will, but still. Yeah, so challenge is still dead. It's dead as hell. We are in the finals of this first tournament. It's Shogunek versus Raced. It just hasn't updated. Something went wrong. That is like the 5th different error page I've seen. Maybe put more effort into fixing whatever's wrong than designing so many different error pages, you bastards. You bastards. I know nothing about running a website. Actually, wait. Yeah, I mean, I use Squarespace, so I use a service, whatever. But still, I know nothing about running a website, and I can confidently say, just fix it. It's so easy. Just fix it. Okay, I'm back. Actually, Torax is always the best Beastman Lord. Simple as, yeah. How did they even buff Scrag? Like, what is that Lord? What do you mean, how? They can make him, like, a decent melee combatant, because right now he sucks at anything. I think I lost once to Sigvald in Warhammer 2. Okay, so the global bans are Warriors of Chaos and Skaven, and then Shogunek picked Grand Cathay, Tomb Kings, and Dark Elves banned Vampire Coast. Raced picked Cathay, banned Dark Elves, and Shogunek picked Cathay. We have a Grand Cathay mirror, ladies and gentlemen. A Grand Cathay mirror. Okay. I got a ping on Turin's Discord, and I was making sure I wasn't being pinged in like the admin chat for, you know, someone yelling at me like, you can't do what you just did, you can't just host a tournament. I don't know. Uh-oh. There's no way. Challenge is being awful responsive right now, you guys. Could it be? Could it be it got fixed as soon as I launched the other tournament? There's no way. It's impossible. It's not real. I will say about the actual matchup, speaking about the game and not just being frustrated at an external website, Grand Cathay Mirror is usually pretty artillery heavy, though I do wonder on the Golden Monolith, it's a small-ish map with a gigantic frickin' golden statue in the middle. So I don't know if the sightlines are going to be good for the... It works! No! Challenge is working! Son of a bitch! Whatever. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I hate everything. I think a Cav Rush could be pretty effective. My usual build for this type of thing is also Crane Gunner heavy, but Crane Gunners, again, wouldn't work on this map. So a lot of the shoosting isn't going to work super good. Okay, it crashed again. Nice. I did report 2 scores, though, so that's fun. Could also restore some health to Gorgers, so a special boss would be good. Gorgers just need, like... They need higher melee defense or higher armor or something, because the fact that Gorgers can, like, run into peasants with rakes and still take, like, half their HP and damage, I swear, it's just, they're terrible. They're just terrible. So then when you have Scrag buffing Gorgers, and Gorgers are dog shit, then he's going to be dog shit. It just sucks. So they need, like, more armor or more melee defense, because they have, like, 15 armor and something like 18 melee defense. It's ridiculous. It's the stupidest thing. Gorgers suck. The Cathay builds are ready. I am scared for Shogunnik. I think his build would normally be fine, but I don't think it's going to be fine on this map. All right, challenge works now, so that's cool. My proof is I just entered all of these scores in the last, like, minute. Though this page might still be fucked, apparently. But this page works. So that's fun. That's a fun time for everybody. God damn it. So the Cathay Mirror. Shogunnik did bring triple firing rockets. But you can see, this is exactly why I was worried about the artillery build on this map. Like, he can't see anything. So he's going to have to deploy pretty far back, but even then, the angle of fire is not going to be good for him. Because if he fires up and over, the angle is just going to make him sail, like, way off. You know, because if they miss, if they're aiming here and they miss, the way they're firing from low to high, the missiles are going to land, like, over here. Right? Because they'll just sail up and over. Because they're not going to get the nice downward angle. It's not like they're going to fire up, if you follow my mouse, it's not like they're going to fire woo. You know, they're going to fire like so I don't know. I think these firing rockets are going to do literally nothing. Then we have Jade Warrior Crossmen. Those are fine. And then a frontline of Jade Warriors is pretty standard. Dragonblood Shugi Lord of Yin with Ancestral Warrior Summon and Talons of Night is good. And 2 Jade Lancers is fine. So the build's fine on a different map, but I don't think this build was considering the map it's on. I think this build is more like this is a good build in general. As far as the other side goes, Raced has a front line of Jade Warriors and Peasant Long Spearmen. We have Celestial Dragon Crossmen mixed in with Jade Warrior Crossbows. The Righteous Lances of Wei Jin. We have an Astromancer on his mount with Thunderbolt naturally. Wait, there it is. Thunderbolt naturally, and then 2 bound Thunderbolts and 2 bound Celestial Comets, Miao Ying, and some Jade Lancers. So it's archers, a little bit of infantry, and some single entities and flying and stuff. So it's mostly rush. Oh, we have some Peasant Horsemen also in the distance. Sneaky. They got no compensation on health after losing 25% of it. It was an issue in their damage output. They ended up with 2,000 less HP per model. Not per model, but yeah. Yeah, Gorgers, like, they were definitely too strong early, but I would be curious to see how Gorgers do now. Like, old Gorgers, old OP Gorgers now, because a lot of those factions didn't have basic infantry, they didn't have basic archers. Like, remember when Gorgers were strong, it was pre-Immortal Empires, and everyone's roster was so fucking expensive you couldn't have a big roster. And Gorgers are really good at trading 1v1. Like, they'll 1v1 any unit, but they cost 1100 gold. But if you're like 1v1ing, you know, 350 gold spearmen from the Empire or Bretonnia or something, you know, or greenskins, you're just not gonna have a good time. So I do wonder if it was like they were OP because of the limited rosters at the time. Firing rockets, starting to fire up and over and actually doing a little bit better than I would have suspected considering the angle. So good for them. I'm honestly surprised that they aren't saying they're obstructed or anything. Considering line of sight issues, these guys are just like, they can't see what they're shooting at. And they're like, we're good! Thumbs up, boss! And they just start firing, which is pretty funny. Righteous Lances Wei Jin diving in on the Jade Lancers. They will murder those guys with their armor-piercing values and incredible melee stats. Plus, they got a charge because they went from flying to groundy, and it's not like the Jade Lancers could countercharge them at all. Peasant Horsemen trying to just YOLO their way into the fight. A quick Ancestral Warrior Summon is coming out from the blue team. He might think these are Jade Lancers, because that is not worth it at all for Peasant Horsemen. But the Peasant Horsemen of Raced are trying to get around, are trying to shut down the artillery. And making me eat my words a little bit. They're doing good. They're doing good firing uphill. Hey, Mr. Teufel, how you doing? So the Archer is suffering a pretty nasty time. Pretty bad punishment. 2 of the Jade Warrior Crossmen already pushed off. Now, thankfully for Raced, both of his Celestial Dragon Crossmen are just fine, and those are the big world beaters. His infantry's also been having a tough time, but he doesn't really care about that. The Comet of Cassandora is dodged. Jade Lancers YOLO their way into the front line, fighting Jade Warriors, fighting Fire and Rockets, and Miao Ying is here to help out. Her only spell is Regrowth. She can't punish this blob with Talons of Night or anything. She didn't have any of that for herself. What up, Bowmore? How you doing? How you doing? Good Thunderbolt cast. Hit some Jade Warrior Crossmen for a little bit of damage, but the Shugenin Lord of Yin is just kicking the Astromancer's dick in. He needs some help. He needs Miao Ying or someone to come over and help out. Meanwhile, Talons of Night is going to kill this entire Celestial Dragon Crossman. Oh, that is Value City. It looks like it was probably Overcast. No, that isn't Overcast. Okay. Less Value City. More like a Value Hamlet. A Value Village. A Value Township. Because you see all 80 models are still alive, so they have full DPS capacity. That should have been Overcast, but I think after the Ancestral Warrior summon in the early game, probably just hurting on Winds of Magic. Artillery, 2 out of the 3 are shut down. Astromancer is throwing out another Thunderbolt to try and dissuade these Crossmen. It is going to nuke them down. Very nice shot. Meanwhile, Jade Lancers and Miao Ying fighting. Kind of surprised Miao Ying hasn't got Dragony yet, but we'll see. Celestial Dragon Crossmen getting their ass kicked by Jade Lancers. And more Jade Lancers from Shogunnik are mucking up the back line. Red team having a tough go of it. They are ahead on the balance of power. They're creeping up on the damage value. Another Comet lands, hitting 3 units, doing pretty good damage as Miao Ying continues to just fist fight her way through there. Still, no one is opting to help this Astromancer. No one cares about him, apparently. And Jade Lancers have almost finished off the Celestial Dragon Crossman. The one artillery piece that has not been routed off is back online. It is firing up into the masses of the red team, but the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin, very healthy, very much online, going to dive down to this Fire and Rocket and stop them from doing any more damage. Astromancer still surviving, still riding. Shugenin Lord is just following him around, not really landing any attacks as he just vibes. And Peasant Horsemen plus Peasant Long Spears route off the Jade Lancers, getting Raced backline some sauce, some juice. What are these formations, my dude? Warhammer 3 formations in a nutshell. Let's just single file, kids. Find your buddy. Where's your sidewalk, buddy? And they are beset by Jade Warriors. Shugenin Lord is doing her best to hit the Astromancer. She can't now that he's moving. It looks like he also has a bit of that, like, I'm on a chariot, so you can't touch me if I'm moving buff, apparently. And Talons of Night being dedicated to the almost dead Celestial Dragon Crossman rather than, like, any of these full health ones is a bit bold. I don't know if that was worthwhile. Damage value is about even. Shogunnik's still slightly ahead. Miao Ying over here just chilling in some Peasant Long Spears. Doesn't give a crap about any of that. And the Astromancer is routing. Which does get another hit onto him, so he actually might shatter soon. Meanwhile, Jade Warriors and Celestial Dragon Crossmen trying to run away from these Jade Warriors. And now the Celestial Dragons are firing in. They actually do a lot of damage, so it looks like Shogunnik is on top of that. He's going to get them back into melee. Celestial Dragon Crossmen do a lot of damage, if you didn't know. They fire 2 bolts, so they kind of have double DPS, and it's a bad time. It's a bad time to stand in front of them. Righteous Lances of Wei Jin still going absolutely nuts on the backside. Now, they have taken a lot of damage since we last looked at them. It looks like they've even maybe received a regrowth, judging by the fact their healing cap is within sight like that. They finish off another Jade Warrior Crossman. They've been trying to keep the artillery down, trying to keep the artillery offline. This artillery crew does appear to be bugged. All of their models are dead. No, they're not bugged, just all the Fire and Rockets are dead. Like, literally all of the actual models are dead as hell. We have a couple here. They're still online. There's 1 firing rocket on the entire map that exists. Another big Talons of Night on Celestial Dragon Crossman. I don't know if that's Overcast. It's not looking like it. It looks like it's Undercast, but still doing pretty good damage. That might be Overcast. God, it's hard to tell. It's doing decently. Blue team is up on the balance of power, and we still have a Miao Ying to worry about. And this Fire and Rocket is counting for a lot of balance power it doesn't deserve because of its high ammunition, but it doesn't actually have... It has 1 model to go to, so it's not really going to do that much more in this game. Also, Miao Ying could turn into a dragon and go kick its ass at any point. How are we doing on the red side? very wounded Jade Warriors, wounded Jade Warrior Crossmen, very wounded Jade Warrior Crossmen, and Celestial Dragon Crossmen. Healthy Peasant Long Spear, healthy-ish Jade Warrior for the state of the game. Miao Ying's doing fine, and the Righteous Lances Wei Jin getting another regrowth, trying to stay in the fight. Okay, okay, all right. Unironically, these two healthy Peasant Long Spears could be a huge problem for the red team, because they don't have Talons of Knights. It's not like Miao Ying or the Righteous Lances Wei Jin and just want to walk into those Peasant Long Spears and grind them down. You hope Norska win? Norska will never win. How's the tourney going? Interesting. Challenge decided to shit a brick, so I had to re-host the second tournament on Challenge, and not Challenge, on Total Tavern. Why does Miao have only regrowth? It's just a Sastromancer. If Miao has wins left, yes, she did have wins. She's been using regrowths every so often, but, I mean, she doesn't have Talons of Knights. It's not like she can clear out infinite amounts of infantry. Peasant Long Spears are jacked. Never doubt the Peasant Long Spears. Alright, sorry, I was responding to a message. Firing rockets. Back online. It says 4 out of 4 models, but we can all say that's a lie. There's only one. It's right there. The other ones aren't highlighted, so they're not real. And the Righteous Lances. Desperately trying to take them out. Not quite. I need to see if YouTube is broken. No, it doesn't look like YouTube's broken. Looks like it's fine. So Wraith's Force is getting dispersed to the winds. Looks like we have Jade Warriors chasing it, Peasant Long Spears chasing over here. These Righteous Lances are going to have a bad day sitting in these Peasant Long Spears. They're really trying to get rid of that Firing Rocket, and they did. And now they can leave, but took some good damage there. What are those, Peasant Horsemen? Yeah. There will be a bit of a stall out as Shogunnik makes sure to chase all of these red units off the field, and meanwhile Miao Ying regrowths herself while she just fights Jade Warriors. We're here? Alright, good. Yeah, my YouTube had a weird, like, I could see in the big chat rectangle, right, the vertical rectangle of chat, the bottom half of it was dark, and there was no text there, and all the text was appearing at the top half, so I was wondering if, like, YouTube was broken. It's just been a day for tech difficulties, apparently. YouTube's shitting itself. Its chat's having issues. It's not updating the viewer count, so I have to keep refreshing every so often to see how the views are doing. Challenge died entirely. Total Tavern decided to put all of ODM against each other, and I'm not competent enough in that software to know how to fix it. It's brutal. It's a brutal day. Miao Ying's chasing some stuff. Righteous Lances are coming back. And the red team's actually up on the balance of power, which I find pretty funny. Peasant Archers walking around with Peasant Long Spears to give them some stats. And Miao Ying's probably just going to stay in human form at this point. She doesn't really want to get big and allow Peasant Long Spears to kick her teeth in. This is probably too many units being committed to chasing down these guys. Looks like the Yin Lord is going to fuck off for a bit. Maybe wanted to just leave these 2 Jade Warriors that are super wounded to chase these guys off and bring back the Healthy Spear too, but oh well. Tech issues, just slap some more Warstone on it. It's not me, though. It's definitely YouTube having its own problems from the start of the stream, and then Challenge shitting a brick and then fixing itself, but too late for our purposes, so we had to rehost on Total Tavern. It's the internet's fault, not mine. Oh, I have to give Hazel lunch, too. Today just sucks. Today's the worst day. Ugh. Ugh. Finished my cold tea. It was brutal. Full health Jade Warrior over there, too. Ew. Yeesh. I'm kind of surprised these Celestial Dragons haven't rallied yet. I thought that these Peasant Long Spears were far enough back that they would rally, but looks like not. They'll probably do that thing where they rally just at the edge of the map for fun. For shits and giggles. Anyway, Miao Ying's still grinding against Infinite Jade Warriors and Peasant Long Spears. Righteous Lances Wei Jin are chasing some stuff off. Yeah, that's going okay. Do these guys rally? Does it really matter? Not really. Even if they rally, they're still in a corner surrounded by melee infantry. Yeah, they're off. Peasant long spears, chase these guys off, chase these guys off. This is way too many Jade Warriors up here. More peasant long spears and Jade Warriors have to fight Miao Ying. Oh my god. There should be another Ancestral Warrior summon. Oh, that could be huge. Though, that's kind of the bitch of an itch with Miao Ying, isn't it? You put Ancestral Warriors down, she's going to transform into a dragon and fly the fuck away. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that is so brutal for the other Cathay. I wonder if they throw the Ancestral Warriors down wherever the Righteous Lances land or something. I don't know. Shugi Lord of Yin tries to fight Miao Ying. Gets a decent charge off, but it doesn't actually hit her. And then she has to back off. So on the hillside, all of Red's units have been routed. There's only one Jade Warrior left to Miao Ying's name. And here she goes. Fighting away. Oh, she has some... Oh, no! She reduces everybody's melee attack. Oh, God. Peasant Longspear's gonna have the hardest time hitting her. It's only 13 melee attack. Oh, boy. I mean, yeah. The Shugi Lord's just gonna have to get a ton done. Let's see if it hits. Misses. Yeah, she didn't hit any charges there, unfortunately. More Cathay infantry is coming back down, though there are no ranged units left to give harmony for either side. So both sides are just stuck with the stats that the gods of Cathay gave them. Another cycle charge or not? Doesn't want to get trapped on the ground with the Righteous Lances, which I can understand, but you do have another Ancestral Warrior summon, so if they commit to that sort of fight, you can just drop the summon down and get some good damage out. I think it would probably honestly be worth it. Looks like instead, they're just going to sacrifice this Peasant Longspear to the gods, re-rally with the rest of their troops, and kind of have a last stand up on the hillside or something. Goodbye, healthy Peasant Longspear. You served us well. Miao Ying, with no damage spells, has killed 160 peasants. She's just been slapping 167 peasants to death with no Talons of Night. Oh, lordy. Righteous Lances of Wei Jin are setting up for a rear charge so that they can lower everybody's leadership further. Peasant Longspears are back. Hell yeah. And the Yin Lord's going to have to do something about this. Again, probably just charge Miao Ying, and if the Righteous Lances want to commit to stop you, then you Ancestral Warrior their ass. Shugi Lord is running around. Don't really know what her angle is right now, because she's just going to leave most of her force to get fucked. There she goes. Now she gets a charge attack onto Miao Ying, but up on the high ground, Righteous Lances pick off the Jade Warriors. You can see kind of what happens if, like, you win the infantry fight, but nothing else. This sort of thing can happen. Like, cavalry and single entities can kill almost infinite amounts of infantry these days. Such a fun matchup. Yeah. Cav advantage coming in clutch. Yeah, Ying actually took a decent amount of damage from that charge. I wish I could see how much Winds of Magic she has left to even know if she has more regrowths, because she's used a lot of regrowths. And there were Thunderbolts and stuff, so I have to wonder if Cathay is out of Winds of Magic. Don't know where Miao Ying is going, exactly. Alright, just back. She's just fighting. She's killing some stuff. These Jade Warriors from Raester are working on it. They're trying to come back. Righteous Lances are like, you again? How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Kick their ass. They'll shatter this time. There they go. So one Jade Warrior is gone. Miao Ying still has 6,000 HP. She really hasn't taken any damage from getting cycle charged at all. And a regrowth. Oh, God, she had another regrowth. Oh, it's absolutely disgusting. They just can't do anything. They just can't deal damage to her. Goes in for another charge, but she's going to get caught up on a lot of her own units. Now she dives in. The Miao Ying actually hits her, and she misses the attack on Miao Ying, so now she's trying to run away. Takes another big shot from Miao Ying in the back. And the third one misses. Jade Warriors are coming. They're trying. They're like, hey, wait for us, you guys. 10,000 years later? Yeah. I think the blue team should probably just surrender at this point. Like, it's pretty clear they can't win. Because we've seen Miao Ying kill 3 infantry units so far, and they've done, like, 0 damage to her. So I don't think this full health Jade Warrior is going to do that much, and everything else is just going to die horribly. Righteous Lance's Wei Jin just chasing off the Dragon Blooded Shugenin Lord. Miao Ying is here, refusing to transform into a dragon. Yeah. At this point, I think blue should just surrender. Like, it's over. Doesn't have good enough infantry to damage her. Blue needs to land that Lord. Yeah. I wonder why Ligmas are not chasing the Sugar Lady. Oh, you were wondering why. Yeah, they're on her now. So she dives in to try and rout off the Jade Warriors of the red team. The Righteous Lances think about fighting her for a second, then opt out. They can win it with summon. See, I don't think so, though, because wherever you summon it, Miao Ying's just going to turn into a dragon and fly away over to a different group of units. Now, maybe what you do is you blob up all of your blue team units in the same spot, then you use the summon, and then that way, red has to keep something in the fight to, like, obey the rules of keeping the game moving. And then your summon gets automatic value, because if everybody's here. But then, if anything routes, you can just chase the routing stuff until the summon fades. Yeah, it's a bit brutal. Or just grind until a draw. Righteous Lance is going to chase off the last Jade Warrior. But yeah, I think, and there's the unspoken thing that maybe blue doesn't even have enough Winds of Magic for an Ancestral Warrior, because there was a lot of Talons of Night cast. You don't know. But I think they should probably just FF at this point. Rear charge from the Righteous Lances. Doing decent damage. Everything here is low. That's the last healthy Jade Warrior, and the Righteous Lances got about 1/5 of its health off in that charge. Jade Warriors are even back. Shugi Lord tries to land. She's currently hovering, doing a bit of T-posing. Now she lands, and the Righteous Lances are on top of her. Trying to get good damage off, but they are struggling. They're riding the Struggy Best. And now they're surrounded by spears and swords. Miao Ying is going to run over, though, and she's going to attempt to kick some ass. If she can snipe out that Lord, then that'll be 528% GG. Righteous Lance is getting murdered. They are actually taking a lot of damage. They do appear to be stuck, my lord. They're just in there, dying. Now, if they don't fully die, they'll come back. The Righteous Lances are one of those units that their leadership is high enough, they'll come back with any amount of models left, but still. Looks like they're trying to escape now, having a tough time of it. Jade Warriors have 1 route left in them, so they'll rally and then route again. Shugi Lord, good charge attack on the Righteous Lances, gets them to officially route, taking still a lot of damage, and now they're trying to path their way out of the infantry now that they're routing, but she's probably not going to let them, which will leave just Miao Ying. And maybe, if it's just Miao Ying, possibly, you could drop the Ancestral Warrior Summon on him, and if she doesn't turn into a dragon and just chase some random Peasant Long Spears, and wait for your summon to die out, maybe you can win. I still think Miao Ying's just going to turn into a dragon as soon as you do that, and fuck off until the summon fades. How does the Rat Lord fare? I fare good. Zero, you joined during, like, the worst game I've seen in 6 months. But yeah. If red goes down to just Miao Ying, will they army loss? Maybe. Seems unlikely, though. High 0. Overall, things that, like, actually the rest of the stream, we've had a ton of really good games today, and then you join on this stinker. How dare you? Miao Ying has lost 1,000 HP in the last 4 minutes. She has 6 more to go, and if she doesn't have another regrowth. All right, red, everything has shattered besides Miao Ying, so does Miao Ying versus 270 peasants. Peasant Long Spear is back. This lady maybe has the Winds of Magic for an Ancestral Warrior summon. That could, maybe, beat Miao Ying. Maybe. That's a lot of maybes. We've gone 21 minutes. Blue, you probably should have forfeited. Balance of Power rising for green, though. Yeah, Race probably got tired of what was going on and just kind of inted his Longmas away. But, like, I don't know. If we haven't seen the Ancestral Warrior summon at this point, I'm very concerned they don't have it. I'm very concerned they don't have it. Miao Ying, there are heal caps in sight. Like, maybe, I don't know. This game's still going on. Yep, it is. This is an entire episode of a normal TV show, like Friends or My Hero Academia or The Office or whatever. You have been watching a Cathay Mirror for an entire duration of that. You don't think he has the WOM? I am also doubtful that he has the WOM. They agreed to play at ×3 speed. Let's go. Shugi Lord does start to go back and forth. Starts to cycle charge a little bit. There's still been no Ancestral Warrior summon. I don't think he has it then. Bit more cycle charging as they play at ×2, ×3 speed. We're at 23 minutes. Miao Ying still grinding. A little bit of cycle charging from the Shugi. Again, lands awkwardly on her own troops. Again, lands awkwardly on her own troops, but she gets some hits in. All right, the cycle charging's coming through. All right, get some hits in. Oh, she lands in her own troops. She fucks up. She almost gets hit, but she backs off. All right, she's getting some hits in. She's doing some good work. Does she have the Ancestral Warrior summon? Because at this point, with Miao Ying getting low, if you have the Ancestral Warrior summon, you could actually, for sure, win this thing. Misses a couple charge attacks, misses some hits. Miao Ying goes after her, but can't quite finish her off. Peasant Long Spear's just about fading. More cycle charging, not quite getting the hits in. Peasant Long Spear shatter. It's only the Jade Warriors left. Another charge attack, another actually pretty big hit in onto Miao Ying. Balance of Power is going back to about even. Another charge attack. I don't know if that one hit or not. Honestly, it's just a lot going on. As the Peasant Long Spears and Jade Warriors are running back in. Another charge. Another miss. Going back up in the sky. 3,000 HP on Miao Ying. 2,600. Infantry are fading. Bap! Big miss on the charge attack. And she takes damage. Big misses. Oh, that was a crucial moment. And yeah, for sure there's no summon if it hasn't been used at this point. Because you're getting so close to army losses, you wouldn't still be holding onto it. Miao Ying down to 2,000 HP. 1,900. Shugi Lord still trying to cycle charge. 1,800, 1,600, 1,500, and that is it. It is over. 3,100 value on the Yin Lord. Hellstorm Rocket Battery type things had a lot of issues, though. They were actually doing well on that map despite the terrain. I was kind of surprised, but Race just shut him down pretty effectively with spells and his Longmas. Jade Warriors didn't do that much. Peasant Long Spears did really well. Yeah, Peasant Long Spears are great. Shogunik. Hey chat, you having fun? God damn it, Shogunik! 2,200 on Miao Ying, 2,500 on the Righteous Lances, 1,100 on the Celestial Astromancer guy. And nothing else really to report. We need a Torox game after that? I don't know if either of these guys play Beastmen. But Race does go up 1. I love how that ended up being really close. somehow, some way. I mean, the effective cycle charging by the Shugi Lord eventually started doing really well. She just couldn't do it that much with the Righteous Lances lurking about. She killed a third of the Cathay build without damage spells. She comes flying, but if you're attacking ground units, the penalty doesn't apply. She tear out the units. Or else like would have activated. Yeah. Probably. I will say that, like, foot characters are still kind of being foot characters. It's why Sigvald's invincible. It's why Raced wanted to keep Miao Ying as a foot character, is because he didn't want to take a ton of damage. Like, I don't know. Foot character models, they both do and don't work very well, and that's why they're so strong, is because every way in which they don't work is beneficial, and every way in which they do work is also beneficial. So it's like, the way they do work is you have a smaller surface area, so you can't get surrounded by as many models, so you can't get attacked as frequently. The way they do work is like, you know, when you're next to something, they'll just swing at it. There's no like awkward, you know, I'm on a giant dragon and someone's attacking me from the rear. I can't turn around. It's like foot characters can always turn around and swing at them. So they work in those ways, but the ways they don't work also benefit them. Like getting knocked down constantly usually is beneficial, unless you're Queek. Fucking Queek. Anyway, usually getting knocked down constantly keeps them safe rather than actually harms them. They have lower mass than a lot of things, but usually they can push through crowds just because they're small. And the crowds can't, like, effectively blob up and stop them from moving. So, like, Horse Lords, this is not a joke. Horse Lords have a harder time getting out of infantry than Infantry Lords. Because Horse Lords have higher mass, but they don't have a higher mass to area ratio, right? So if horses have 200 mass, but they're 5 times as large, if a foot character has 100 mass but is 5 times smaller, that 100 mass is focused. It's kind of like the Game of Thrones quote, you know, where Robert Baratheon goes like, "What's better, 5 armies or 1?" And then his wife, who I've honestly forgotten, Cersei is like, "I don't know, 5." And then he just goes 1 with a fist, and he's like, "I'm so cool." And the music kind of goes da da da. Like, he has a point though, right? Because you can have more mass, but if it's distributed poorly, then you have more infantry blocking you, and then their combined mass is higher than yours. Whereas if you're slightly more massive than infantry, but you're infantry sized, only like 1 or 2 people can block you at once, and then you win. So Nurgle Mirror. I hear a dog. Yeah, there's a pupper around here. She's being a pup. Okay, so Raced for game 2 goes Dark Elves, High Elves, Vampire Coast, banned Dark Elves. Shogunate goes Kislev, banned Dark Elves. So Dark Elves got banned by both sides. Now it's going to be Coast or High Elves. It looks like we're getting Coast. So that's going to be game 2. Bearmount Mass is garbage too. Yeah, Bearmount Mass sucks. To be fair, this game must have been a programming nightmare. Oh yeah, I can't pretend that I would do it better. It sucks. Alright, I gotta go feed the puppy some lunch. BRB.
Puppy lunchtime! Puppy lunchtime! You love lunchtime! You love lunchtime! Oh, lunchtime! Puppy lunchtime! Oh, lunchtime!
This stream always goes over lunch, so I gotta get a snack. Fuck you. I'm back. Horserick could be a good duelist, but it's really situational. Yeah, I don't really like Horserick either. He's too janky. Like, he has good stats. Like, on paper, he's a good character, but he's just too janky in practice. All right, we're getting into game 2. Will Kislev pull it out and go to a game 3? Or is Vampire Coast going to make this a quick 2-0? Let's find out. I don't know, I think Kislev has some teeth here. They go heavy on archers and heavy on cab. So it looks like we have some Ice Guard, which I am immediately super fucking sus of. Kislev lost. GG. GG, go next. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but Kislev just lost. It's over, dude. Ice Guard? Why? Why? I don't hate Ice Guard. So here's the thing about Ice Guard. Alright. We're gonna be fair for a second. I don't hate Ice Guard. If they were cheaper, had higher stats, did more damage at range, weren't so clustered together, were called Kossars, and were cavalry, and had 80% magic resistance, maybe Ice Guards would be a good unit. But without those things, nah, unit sucks ass. Yeah, they're trash. I hate them. Their missile strength, so a lot of the reasons I actually hate them, to be more serious, their missile strength isn't armor piercing, which almost every archer that costs 1,100 gold, almost any ranged unit that costs 1,100 gold has armor piercing missiles. Does the ladder still have Dom and normal? Yes, but you can pick which one you play. 0. You can select both, one, the other. So anyway, Ice Guard don't have armor piercing missiles. They get some spell resist, but it's not enough to really matter, and they're paying for it, I guess. And then their melee stats are okay. Yeah. Shadow Walkers aren't AP. I also don't like Shadow Walkers. Sisters of Avalorn are. And Shadow Walkers have stock. And Shadow Walkers have a spread formation. And Shadow Walkers have 360 shooting while running. These guys don't have that. Anyway. So, 2 Ice Guard with Glaives. We do have 1 Streltsy, a bunch of Kossars with Spears, a front line of armored Kossars. Gotta do a quick range check, because Kislev always makes me do the range check. 11 units, they're fine. Then we have Zarina on a bear with Frostblades, Ice Maiden's Kiss, Frostfang, and Stand Your Ground. Huh. The Frostblades is weird to me. Yeah, Frostblades is weird to me, otherwise it's fine. And then 4 Costified Dervishes, and I did see a Winged Lancer, so Winged Lancer. Versus Vampire Coast, it's very effective to spam archers and spam heavy cav, so I would probably cut the 2 Ice Guard. I like the rest of the build, but cut the 2 Ice Guard, spend that money on... You could probably afford about 3 more Winged Lancers. So you'd have 4 Winged Lancers, 4 Costified Dervishes, or maybe cut 1 Costified Dervish to have 4 Winged Lancers and 3 Costified Dervishes. I think that would be a little bit better. On the other side for the coast, we do have Scurvy Dogs, 1 Bomber Bat, triple depth guard axe variant. I saw them. There they are, all three of them. 2 mortars, some pistol mobs, some regular sword mobs, Noctilus on foot with Pit of Shades and Invocation Heck. No extra summons except for his Rune Dial, Moon Dial. That's only 2. Some animated hulks, and otherwise there's that. But not a lot of mobility, so cycle charging with heavy cav could be effective. Now these aren't heavy cav, these are Cosified Dervishes, and they don't really do that much in melee combat. So they'll have a hard time doing anything to the depth guard, but I think like Winged Lancers or even, God, I hate myself for saying it out loud, but maybe Griffin Legion could be meta here. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh, it tastes bad. Ugh. Oh God. I praise the Griffin Legion. Okay. Memes aside. Griffin Legion could maybe be good here. Maybe. If they're ever good. But fuck that unit. It's trash. So the Archer and Pistol spam frontline versus the Vampire Coast is currently getting its value out. You can see why it's good in general. Just teeing off on the zombies. But Pit of Shades, Mortars, everything making Kislev kind of regret being alive. Dogs are looking to flank. Flanking dogs versus Kislevite units can be tough. I mean, most Kislevite units could just fight them back. And that's an overcasted Pit of Shades for you. That's an entire Streltsy dead. God damn. Nice job, Noctilus. Meanwhile, Archer's trying to shoot the Bomber Bats. They'll get decent damage out. The Bombers are about to just ruin their whole day, though. Ouch. Cosified Dervishes trying to get involved somewhere. But the Depth Guard are here. The Depth Guard are running out. And they're going to make very quick work of the Kislevite infantry. Those Winged Lancers or Dervishes? Those are Winged Lancers. They should be able to kill the dogs relatively quickly. But still, these Ice Guard have just gotten messed up by mortars. Now they're getting hit with a Wraith Storm. Dogs are even coming, and Cosified Dervishes are going to have to be pulled back and protect them. Meanwhile, the mortars are uncontested, currently just firing free. As I say that, Shogunnik actually might be doing a suicide dive onto them, which would be smart with Cosified Dervishes. Or he's just going to flank some pistols, but I think those mortars need to stop doing what they're doing. You think Kislev is behind? Kislev is very behind. So a lot of their cav has been standing around in the backfield. Like, for some reason, some of their cav was standing under the bombers as if they could do anything about the bombers, but they don't have a range attack, so they just kind of spectated that. And then they were fighting some dogs back here, which they killed, but it's just, like, a lot of the cav has been in Kislev's own backline trying to protect them, when it should have been in the coast's backline trying to stop them. Yeah. They now flanked some pistol mobs. Pistol mobs aren't really the problem. Pistol mobs are just a chaff unit. It's... Hi, Hazel. The main problem is these mortars that are just ruining your life. Even the game hates Ice Guard? Yeah. Damage value is a good point. Raced is up about 2.5 to 1. Griffin Legion, Bestis Legion? Griffin Legion sucks! I think they're overcosted for what they do. Ice Guard fighting to the very end. 200 value on them. I hate Ice Guard. 200 value on the other Ice Guard too. Ugh. Ugh. They disgust me. Armored Kossars fighting with animated hulks, but yeah. The cavalry had some issues. Ice Guard were just a wasted 2,200 gold, and they got ground down by a really effective and a really like well-played Vampire Coast build from Race. I wasn't talking about Race build most of the time, and that's not like that he didn't do anything. Like, he played it fine. It's just not a very sexy thing to talk about. Like, Vampire Coast, bringing a bunch of pistol mobs, animated hulks, and depth guard as they usually do, and walking at the enemy. Like, he did fine. His dog dives were pretty good, kept them away from most of the cav. Armored Kossars just getting ground down by Pit of Shades, but they don't have enough models. They didn't actually take that much damage from it. Name one better Legion that isn't the Legion of Chakwa. Isn't the Ice-Forged Legion or something? The Icehorn Legion? Isn't that the Norska ROR triple frost cannon thing? This is Ogre. This is Ogre, my lads. Army loss is even hit. We're just waiting for the Tsarina to realize that she's already dead. GG. I think Blood Penguin uses Ice Guard in Griffin Legion. Griffin Legion I could see. Ice Guard I don't believe in. It's not real. It's not It's absolutely not real. It's the most not real thing I've ever seen. The Ice Guard combined value of 500. Tsarina struggled to do very much. Streltsy got Pit of Shades to death. Armored Kossar shot their pistols and then ran out of juice. Archers got mortared to death. Kossovite Dervishes didn't get much done either. On the other side, Noctilus did fine. Depth Guard did pretty well. Mortars paid for themselves and more. Wow, mortars did a lot of damage. Bomber Bats got shut down. Dogs did okay. The front line died, but that's kind of what it's for, isn't it? So Raced will go 2-0 and win the Skaven Slave Clan Rat tournament. And I have ended the tournament before challenge could crash again. Are Reiksguard good now? Mixed. The Barrow Legion. Yeah, Reiksguard are okay. Some people really like them. I used to really like them, and now I don't anymore. I don't know what happened. There was no patch change or anything. There was just a patch that came out, and I tried Reiksguard, and I was like, oh, wait, these are actually good. And for like 2 weeks, I played a bunch of Reiksguard, did great, had a great time, and then all of a sudden started losing with them, and I was like, wait, these units suck. Well, not suck, they're just fine. Well played, Race. Sorry for the first game, everyone. That's fine. It happens. Like, it ended up being close, so I understand that. I think maybe you should have FF'd or been, like, a lot more aggressive about your cycle charging, but sure. Feral Mammoth, why is its weapon strength only... The Arwar Feral Mammoth. Why? Why? No. Wait, no. We're testing this. We're testing this. Wait. I'll be right there. Okay, wait, no. There's a game waiting for us, but fuck it, this needs to be tested. What the hell is that? Because it's the herd? Oh, okay. There's multiple models. Okay, we don't have to test it. It's fine. I was going to test it versus a regular Feral Mammoth. Yeah, okay, that still would have been really funny. But no, okay, it's not one. I thought it was just one. You're right. You're right. So Penguin versus Berserk, they are 1-1. I'll show you the bracket in a second, but I want to get in there because the players were already waiting on me while I was going to do a Mammoth test, and then it didn't happen. So looking at the bracket for the Bigger Boys tournament, it is on Total Tavern. Hanadins and Green Ones are still fighting to see who will fight Tretch, and then ODM will knock itself out. Blood Penguin Berserk were right here. They are 1-1, and Caradoc prevailed over the Phoenix King, so he's waiting for an opponent. So we'll watch Penguin versus Berserk, and then whoever advances will watch versus Caradoc just to keep things moving smoothly. Most likely. Because I know the Green One and I have had lag issues recently. I don't know why. Like, our specific combination has. And Hanadin's is smelly, so I don't want to watch him because he's smelly. Hazel is making noises. Also, we get Dark Elves, High Elves. You excited? Does anyone know what happened to Anticity and why he seems to have stopped streaming? Yeah, he made a video saying he was quitting Warhammer 3, and then he went and did some Rust stuff. Hey, Shogunik, anytime. It's a shame Norse's extended roster is just, it's here. Oh, it's Warriors of Chaos, yeah. And Caradoc, yeah. I got that after the delay. I wouldn't... See, the fucked up thing, though, is I wouldn't put it past them to have accidentally made an ROR, like, single entity, only have a weapon strength of, like, 130, and then it's just worthless. Like, I've made videos on the channel of weirder things than that. Dark Elves, High Elves. Who's gonna win? Now, memes aside, the last Dark Elf High Elf game we had on this stream was a fucking banger. Because Raced had a really cool High Elf build and it actually seemed quite effective versus the Dark Elves. So, yeah, could see. Could see if there's similar stuff like that. I do think the standard High Elf way of playing with like Imric and a Lifecaster just doesn't work against Dark Elves. I think Scourge Runners are way too good against that format. But the birds were really nice versus Scourge Runners. YouTube also keeps pausing. So I can see chat, I just can't see like where the stream's at. It's me. Hazel Basil, while they're building armies, you want to entertain the chat? Oh! Who's this big pupper? Who's so big? Who's so big? You're the biggest puppy around. Big, 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 big little pup. Hi. Do you love being a puppy in this house? Yeah, you do. Do you miss your mom? No. You don't miss your mom? Hey, so that's fucked up. That's fucked up, dude. You should miss your mom. She's a nice lady. She's a nice lady. Hi. Hi. We went for a walk to play in the park before the stream. This is normally your nap time. Why are you not napping? Why are you not napping? She's just kind of lurking ominously. Hi. Hi, little pup. Alright, armies have loaded in, so I gotta go do stuff. You okay? Get rid of that. Birds were always good before they got banned. Did they get banned? Is it 130 times 4 single entities for total weapon strength, right? Yeah. Anyway. Blood Penguin versus Berserk. If he is going to stay in this tournament, the High Elves have got to prevail over the Dark Elves. Or will it be a VM-VM semifinal and an ODM-ODM semifinal on the other side? For the High Elves, we do have a front line of Spearmen, secondary line of Lothern Seaguard, mixed with Archers with light armor, Sisters of Avalorn, and the Talons of Tor Kaleda, light archer, ROR. They do imbue fire weakness. Similarian Reavers is a backline. One Arcane Phoenix, an Archmage of Death with Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech, so it is a little bit more like the bird build we saw earlier. 2 Scourge Runner Chariots on the other side for the Dark Elves, a front line of Bleak Swords mixed with Black Arc Corsairs. Just one. Ooh, just one Black Arc Corsair. That's going to be actually tough. A Witch Elf, 2 Coldwell Knights, a Repeater Crossbow Dark Rider, a single Reaper Bolt Thrower, and Malekith up there with Power of Darkness, Word of Pain, and Soul Stealer. I'm scared for this Dark Elf build because, I don't know, with only one Black Arc Corsair, I think they're going to struggle to win the frontline fight. Witch Elves are a good kind of support unit in a way with their debuff, but they're not great at just like sitting and grinding through Spearmen and stuff because of their 5 armor and no shields. They're going to get shot by archers. So I think they're here in case of like cavalry fights to support Cold One Knights or something. I don't know. I'm very nervous. I think the Bolt Thrower is going to have literally nothing to do. Yeah, I don't love the Dark Elf build. It's not like terrible. I just don't love it. Yeah, for the High Elf build, I think the Sisters of Avalorn are probably going to get breath attacked by Malekith, but other than that, it's pretty fine. Again, same thing we mentioned the last time during this matchup is the Dark Elves have a pretty significant Cav and Chariot advantage, plus a single entity advantage with Malekith running around a breath attack, so he's going to have to get very aggressive about like punishing the flanks, cycle charging, harassing all of these archers, because if he just goes front to back, there's 8 archers staring him down and a front line with a melee defense of 51, so it's just going to take him way too long to really get meaningful damage out. Sisters of Avalorn teeing off onto the Scourgerunner Chariots, doing pretty good damage. Actually, I'm wondering if a light caster with a net wouldn't be good in this matchup. Maybe it's just not worth it, because like a net and then what else do you bring? Where Fate of Bune and Spirit Leech are just so strong, but I do wonder if you could just net Scourgerunners in front of all these archers if it wouldn't take them out super quickly. Birds are flying forward. Looks like they're looking for a quick little butt tornado. Opts not to do it. Instead, he is going to sit in front of these repeater crossbows. Now, it's a bird, so it's not like it's going to take that much damage from the repeater crossbows. Still want to be careful about the free value. Talons of Torquelada getting focused down by the Bolt Thrower. It looks like the Sisters of Avalorn blended in with all the other archers, and now you can see the Bolt Thrower switches its attack orders onto them, but probably should have been on them from the very start. Cold One Knights coming out around the flanks. You can see they're uncontested. Illyrian Reavers just don't want anything to deal with them. And Lava and Seaguard will have to try and hold their own. Dark Elf frontline's trying to get engaged. The Avalorn and archers just firing into that. And it looks like they're trying to get in range of these bolt throwers. And basic foot archers or like weapons teams, if they ever get into range of artillery, will generally take them out super quickly. So I think that Reaper bolt thrower is will not see too much light today. Arcane Phoenix is going to fuck off away from Malekith. Doesn't want any of that sauce. And Sister of Avalorn taking some pretty good punishment. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen any of the Arcane Phoenix's Vortexes just yet. Fate of Bune on one of the 2 Cold One Knights. Good stuff there. Taking out 1/2 of the Cavalry Corps, but the other half is just going to go straight in. Rear charge onto the Lava and Seaguard. Their leadership is dipping really, really low. And they almost rout, but they do manage to hang on. Bolt Thrower still online for now. Arcane Phoenix and Malekith dueling a bit. There has been some, I will say, poor Arcane Phoenix management here from Blood Penguin. It hasn't used any of its vortexes. It has just been caught sleeping 3 times in front of Malekith, and he just walks up and starts hitting it. It has not been the best so far. Quick little tornado trying to damage the Bleak Swords without hurting their own spearmen. Being very careful about that. Does manage to actually rout them off. Berserk is up on damage value at the moment, and I would tend to agree. Now the Witch Elves are rampaging some Illyrian Reavers. They'll also rampage these Spearmen pretty soon. I wonder if the Archers, the Archers immediately get orders to turn onto them and start firing, so the Witch Elves will take a lot of damage very soon here. Deathcaster running around. Black Arc Corsairs being held up by Illyrian Reavers, but the Scourge Runners and Cold One Knights have just been running shop through the backline. That can happen when you have no cavalry to speak of. We just didn't see him doing that last time, unfortunately, the last game. Between these 2 types of factions, so I'm seeing a bit more here, and the Archers just having a tougher time sitting and shooting. Bolt Thrower somehow held on, despite all the Archer fire into it. Witch Elves are going to catch the Sisters of Avalorn, immediately going to rampage them. I'm actually shocked they aren't rampaging right now. What the hell? But okay. Alright. Spirit Leech onto the Scourgerunner Chariot. Damage values are just about even. Bounce of Power is maybe slightly high elf favorite, as Dark Shards and Reaper Bolt Throwers are going to be chased off by these Spearmen. Archers with light armor turning and firing at the Cold Knights. Cold Knights taking a lot of damage. I'm getting a little concerned here for the Dark Elves, just a little bit. The High Elves have taken a lot of damage too. Don't get me wrong. But the Dark Elf big expensive pieces are getting very low, and if they actually do get chased off, just kind of a tattered remains of High Elf archers could rally and just start shooting in on things. Spearmen finally finished off that bolt thrower, 46 HP, almost dead entirely, and they decide to just leave it there and go after the Dark Shards yet again, getting them to run. Archers trying to stop these Witch Elves from running rampant over the back line. Bleak Swords chasing down the Lothern Seaguard. We did mention one of the times we saw that on this stream. God, we've seen this matchup too many times on this stream. Anyway, one of the times we saw it that just pure chaff can run after Lothern Seaguard and stop them from being archers, which is rather annoying for the Lothern Seaguard. Witch Elves and Blackrock Corsairs getting shot as they try to charge at these other archers. And Spearmen do get wrapped up by Bleak Swords. They should be able to push through them rather quickly just because of how damaged the Bleak Swords are, and the Dark Shards will be shut down once more. Scourge Runners are back, using the last of their ammunition, barely still alive. In the backfield, looks like nothing, so the Cold One Knights have been run off, and it is just some chariots that are out of ammo and Dark Riders for any mobile contingent. Malekith, huge breath attack onto the archers. Doing some pretty good damage there. Blackrock Corsairs are almost out of the fight entirely. Witch Elves barely clinging to life. That's kind of the theme of this game, is everything's barely clinging to life. Bounce Power comes back closer to the middle-ish. Another Spirit Leech onto Malekith, and these Dark Shards are holding up a ton of Bounce Power with their full ammunition and like half HP, but they can't sit and shoot as they want to. So there's a bit of an asterisk on that Bounce Power. For the High Elves, Arcane Phoenix is still running around trying to terror out off some Bleak Swords. Kind of surprised they aren't terror routing already, honestly. Unless it doesn't cause terror. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Towns of Torquelada firing in. Blackrock Corsairs are pushed off. Probably want to focus fire on these Witch Elves. Just get rid of them. I mean, Malekith probably has a couple more Soul Stealers to heal up, so I feel like a little bit of poking Archer Fire isn't worth it. You mostly just want to clear the field of anything besides Malekith and leave him for the very end. He does get a big charge attack down onto the Archmage of Death. And where is that Dark Shard? The Dark Shards did actually get away from the Spearmen. Looks like the Spearmen lost their attack orders for a bit and did get distracted by these Bleak Swords. Arcane Phoenix is coming over, though. It might do a tornado straight on top of them. There it is. They aren't going to dodge in time. That'll be a pretty big play for the High Elves. Witch Elves barely hanging on, still chasing things around, still fighting as Lothern Seaguard shoot them in the back. Bleak Swords are charging in. And the Arcane Phoenix is now running away from Malekith. That Dark Shard went from full HP to almost dead, and these Spearmen need new orders very, very quickly. They are briefly forgotten, and they need to start running at those Dark Shards again, stop them from firing at anything. Repeater Crossbow Cav taking a lot of damage from the basic archers. Deathcaster and the Bird now both going after this chariot, trying to stop it from mucking up any more of their archers any further. The Bleak Swords continue to chase the towns of Torquelada. A lot of this game is going to come down to how much healing Malekith can get off of Soul Stealers. He used a couple at the very start to try and get damage out rather than healing. More archers routing. Dark Shards are routing, Witch Elves are routing, Scourge on Chariots routed after taking some serious damage. Lothern Seaguard now shooting at Malekith. Again, probably want to shoot at these Bleak Swords, shoot at them from behind. Their 30 armor will not protect them. Their silver shields are facing the wrong way, so maybe you want to do that. As Spearmen continue to try and chase the Dark Shards, but I think the Dark Elves are going to be able to rally in the backfield a bit here and come back in with a bit of gusto. Both of the Birds are trying to peel off Bleak Swords so that the archers can do archer things. Lothern Seaguard clinging to life, but Malekith doesn't manage to finish them off. These Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows are going to be a bit of a problem, so the archers actually start firing at them. It's not a bad choice. Spearmen managed to get through that little gauntlet okay, so they could chase the Dark Shards all the way to the end of the earth. Maybe they'll do that. Arcane Phoenix still fighting. I'm worried if Malekith dives down on it, it could have a bad day, but he does overshoot a little bit because Malekith reasons. And it's a close one. It's a close one. I wonder how many Spirit Leeches are even left from the Archmage of Death. Probably not a lot. She used one or two Fate of Bunas. Been Spirit Leeching Malekith a lot. I feel like if she had a ton more, she would have used you. Another Spirit Leech onto Malekith. Lothern Seaguard gets side charged, that nukes down their leadership, and they are going to get out of here. And Spearmen continue to chase those healthy-ish Dark Shards. Bounce Power is about even. Big Inferno catches some Bleak Swords, doing a bit of damage onto them. And this is it. Can the two Birds take out Malekith? Actually, if they both attack him right now, when he was trying to opt into that fight, maybe they could. I kind of want the Archmage to just turn around and fight, because you have a flanking Phoenix in here. Malekith could actually be in huge trouble. Yeah, this Archmage needs to come back. Come back. He's throwing down a Soul Stealer to heal, but you need to come back. Where are you going? Come back! Help fight! Where are you going? No! What are you doing? Come back! What are you doing? No! Oh, that was such a missed opportunity, man! I'm so sad now. Damn it. Another Spirit Leech onto Malekith, but it's probably too little too late. That duel was the best chance you were going to get to actually fight him. Arcane Phoenix is in here now. It is all just RNG. If the Arcane Phoenix can get its rebirth, maybe it can be okay. Word of Pain is getting cast onto it, actually. Another Spirit Leech onto Malekith. And fight! 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 Arcane Phoenix, come back! Come back! Don't just let him kill your caster! But now we're taking this fight with the Word of Pain on one, and the other is, it was just a little disjointed there. Loth and Seaguard are dying on the ground. Arcane Phoenix is fighting. Word of Pain still lasting. Here comes a snipe attempt. They're getting some good damage in because it is 2v1. And Malekith tries to land. Birds are both on top of him for a second. Then they go back up. Then they go back down. Spearmen are trying to rejoin the fight, but the Arcane Phoenix... the Archmage Lord is trying to rout off the Dark Riders, Repeater Crossbows. Their leadership goes down to like -29 for a bit. A late game Spirit Leech into Malekith and a rout. Does the Rebirth come in? The Rebirth could actually decide this entire game. They opt out of the fight with Malekith. There is no more tornadoes. There's no more tornadoes to clear out all this stuff. Malekith's up in the sky. He's routing. Oh, he's routing. And that might be GG, because there's nothing on this earth that can save Malekith in the sky right now. There is a Dark Rider Repeater Crossbow back. It can try to fire, but it'll friendly fire Malekith, because Malekith's in front of it, and he's way bigger. Oh, it takes like 100 HP off Malekith, and then they rout anyway. Arcane Phoenix is running around. Spearman trying to get involved back in the fight. The only thing that could maybe win this game is these Dark Shards in the distance with all that ammunition. But army losses hits, and the High Elves will win it. Trader, I might have to host some weekend NA tournaments. You're right. You're right. That was very close. Scourgerunner Chariots did fantastically as always. They only cost $9.50, so they both paid for themselves with gusto. Malekith did fine. Witch Elves did honestly pretty well. Bolt Thrower did much better than I would have expected. Dark Rider Peter Crossbow did okay. And Bleak Swords / Black Arc Corsairs did fine. Archmage of Death, 3,100, 1,400 on the Bird. The Bird had some micro mistakes in the beginning a bit, getting caught by Malekith, sleeping a little bit, and then in the late game, some stuff we didn't like, but in the end, it did prove its value once more. Lothern Seaguard did fantastically. Archer Spam also did quite nice, though I will say the Sisters of Aberlorn did not get as much out as I would have hoped. Leon Reavers did fine, and Spearmen, I do think, are a superior frontline to the White Lions of Christ, because they don't do a lot of damage, but they last a lot longer. And very GG, very close. I was shocked that Malekith didn't have more Soul Stealers to heal himself. I kind of thought he had a lot more Soul Stealers left in the tank, and he did not, apparently. So, GG, Blood Penguin will advance, and we'll get Caradoc in here. Trying to find Caradoc. There he is. That did end up being a really good game. I like some of the innovation on a matchup that is generally considered to be really bad for High Elves. Like, Raced, I don't know who made it up, because clearly Blood Penguin also had a similar idea. And maybe he saw the stream, maybe he saw Race do it and liked the idea or something. But yeah, the bird tech definitely seems to be the way to go over Imrik. They're so much tankier to Scourge Runners. Updating Total Tavern. Hanadins and Green One are still fighting, but Blood Penguin and Caradoc are in the semis. Trader, next weekend I'll do Next weekend I'll do an NA time zone tournament or something. I gotta look at what my schedule looks like because I have my birthday and my dad's birthday and my stepmom's birthdays all kind of in that range. Grace and I are doing some stuff. I don't know. We're looking at more venues for like wedding venue stuff. I don't know. It's busy, but I will get an NA tournament out. Also, I gotta get Strat Game. Strat Game wanted to sponsor a Vermin League event, but then he hasn't responded to if he liked my idea or not. So there might be a Vermin League event next week that I'll do some streaming. I have been a little sus in Fruit Rules. Can you only bring one mammoth? I think no, you can bring two. Anyway, tournaments have not had the best turnout. They also haven't had the best viewership. So I think next week if we run a Vermin League event and I just do 1 or 2 streams of me spamming out best of 3 games, could be better for viewership. I don't know. Because then, like, I do have a hand on the steering wheel. So if I kind of read the room and people are sick of seeing, like, High Elves, Dark Elves, for example, I can just ban Dark Elves and not play High Elves and then force some different matchups. Where tournaments can occasionally get a little snoozer. Overall, they're very good, but you can sometimes... I mean, what have we... We've had 3 High Elf, Dark Elf games today. How many best of 3s have we even covered? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to say 4. 4 best of 3s overall, and we've had 3 Dark Elf, High Elf games. So that means a fourth of our games have been Dark Elves versus High Elves. That's not even saying a fourth of our games have been High Elves or Dark Elves. So more than a quarter of our games have had either of the elves in them. Because we had Dark Elves versus Warriors of Chaos. We had... I swore we had another Dark Elf game. Why was Malice there once? He was in a High Elf game. That might have been it. Yeah. So maybe we've had 4 Elf games. But in those 4 games, we had 7 Elves. Back to Warhammer 2 launch, only High Elves and Dark Elves. Yeah, weren't Lizardmen and Skaven pretty shit on release Warhammer 2? Because Skaven only had Plague Claw Catapults, right? Didn't Warp Lightning Cannons come with a DLC or no? I can't remember. Ikit Claw DLC. The Prophet and the Warlock, what did it give? New battlefield units. Okay, I don't care about that. I want to know more. Rattling guns, Warplock Jezzails, and Doom Flayers. Okay, so they did have Warp Lightning Cannons. So you had Warp Lightning Cannons, Plague Claw Catapults, and Poison Globes. But globes, if you remember, on the release of Warhammer 2, globes didn't do damage over time. They were an anti-large missile. So Skaven actually had issues clearing out front lines. Flamethrowers have always sucked. Yeah, I think Skaven were pretty bad on release, if I remember the meta correctly. Lizardmen were not great. I think the tier list was definitely like High Elves, Dark Elves, and then Lizardmen was beneath them, and then Skaven was beneath that. And those were like the only 4 factions on release, right? In multiplayer? Because I don't think the Game 1 races were added until like a month later, which, a month later for Mortal Empires, we had to wait 6 months. Yeah, I know. But like, for that first month, it was like literally just 4 factions. Coast and Tomb Kings weren't out yet. Norsca was Game 1. It released with Game 2, but it was only for Game 1 for that first month, so... That meta would have been shit, bro. Oh my god, are we getting High Elves, Dark Elves again? That's impossible! Oh Oh my god! We're getting it again! No! This is all we do now! God damn it! Holy shit! Norska was a Game 1 DLC. It wasn't supposed to arrive until Immortal Empires. Okay. Let me see. Sorry, I'm messaging Strat Game. What a cool game with many Damn, what a cool game with many interesting and unique factions. Oh, never mind. That's High Elves and Dark Elves. High Elves, Dark Elves. Dark Elves, High Elves. Behind the blocker, Penguin did switch his build to be 3 Rattling Gunners, which I think is smart, because what can Malekith do against such reckless Rattling Guns? I've had rice cakes with more flavor than this meta. Yeah. No one expects the rats wearing pointy fake ears. Oh, it's so true. No one does expect that, and why would you? Again, behind the blocker, like, I'm sure there's a lot going on, or whatever. I'm not there for, like, the player's internal dialogue. And to not reveal the build, I'm going to switch what faction we're talking about. But there are so many times behind the blocker where I'll watch people, like, if you're greenskins and you have 270 gold, it's like, add a goblin, negative 30 gold. Take away a goblin, 270 gold. Well, I want to spend 270 gold. They wait for a bit. Add a goblin, negative 30 gold. Take out a goblin, 270 gold. Well, I do want to spend 270 gold. Wait a bit. Add a goblin, negative 30. And I'm like, it's not going to fit. Behind the blocker, now there's a bit more juggling going on, but there was a bit where I watched Caradoc add and remove the same unit 2 or 3 times, and the gold kept going a certain amount negative, and it was like, it's not gonna fit, dude! But he got it. To be fair, at the end of Game 2, Norska, High Elves and Dark Elves weren't exactly in a great place. It's annoying bust, doles out inconsistently, but they need a hand. Oh, for sure, Spellbound. We mentioned it a bit at the start of the stream, but this meta isn't bad. The reason it's quote-unquote bad is because it's lasted, like, 4 to 6 months, depending on where you define the start of the meta. Because, like, the start of Immortal Empires, all undead factions were too strong, Slaanesh was too strong, Warriors of Chaos was too strong, Cathay was too strong, land battles. And then there was a buff to High Elves and Dark Elves. Well, Dark Elves were already strong, but anyway. There was a buff to High Elves and Dark Elves in a subsequent patch. And not enough or any nerfs to the previous strong factions. So just add High Elves and Dark Elves to that strong list, and that's been the meta. So, like, the meta was and is pretty dope for a while, as any meta is. It's just there hasn't been a significant patch or any attempt to change the meta for 6 months, so people are sick of it. Like, so it's not that the meta itself is that bad. It's just like nothing is fun 6 months straight. So, yeah, that's why people are frustrated. Like High Elves and Dark Elves, for sure they needed some love, and for sure they're better off than they were in Warhammer 2, and I think they're playing more fun than they were in Warhammer 2. Like, Morathi Double Manticore Triple Scourge Run Chariot was fucking dog shit. And at least now, like Black Ark Corsairs, Black Ark Corsair Hambos, Bleak Swords, Cold One Knights are feeling a lot better than they were. Shades are feeling a lot better. So there's some cool stuff. People are just sick of like the same stuff over and over again. So yeah, I agree they needed some buffs. It's just like, you know, okay, you know, 6 months of just them getting buffs. Can we get some Greenskin love? Can we get some Beastmen love? Can we take healing down a little bit? And that's the thing is like, to nerf Dark Elves, I would want just healing changes mostly. Soul Stealer heal less. Malice Darkblade heal less. And I think they'd be good. Their faction overall is okay. Like there's we've seen it today. There's ways to deal with them. It's just their lords are a little oppressive. While yeah, and like High Elves, I think just like healing needs reduction, so Imrik doesn't constantly roll shop over everyone. But otherwise, it's like a lot of the factions, a lot of the ways to drag them down in the meta is to bring other factions up, in my opinion. I would rather Beastmen, Greenskins, Norska, like, you know, Tzeentch, whatever factions are struggling in the meta, Bretonnia, I would rather them get buffs than taking the High Elves and Dark Elves down, because the High Elves and Dark Elves in general don't feel like unplayably broken, I can't do anything about it. It's like, oh, there are other factions that just suck. Like, so, I don't know. Is it worth spending that small leftovers on chevrons? Yeah. But they want an extra unit. It's funny how Dark Elves, High Elves are pretty much all the Lords of Magic, and Dark Elves just spam crappy Dark Magic and laugh to victory. It's McQueen. There was a martial prowess buff, yeah. It's because it lasts until your hit points are 25% or less, which is really hard to get down to. Not Malekith, praise Lord, yeah. Okay, I'm all caught up on chat, and the armies are mostly set in place. So for the High Elves, we do have a front line of Spearmen, backline of Silverin Guard, some Archers, the Challenge of Tor Kaleda, and Lothern Seaguards. The Sisters of Avalorn were entirely cut, 2 Illyrian Reavers, and then Archmage of Death, and an Arcane Phoenix. So a very similar build. It just looks like it was refined a little bit, tweaked a little bit up for game 2 here. On the other side for Caradoc, we do have 1 Dark Rider in the distance, triple Cold One Knight, triple Dark Rider overall, including the one in the distance. We have a front line of Bleak Swords, a secondary line of Black Ark Corsairs, and a Witch Elf. And then we do have a single Shade, and Morathi in the sky. Now Morathi, she has her Wand of Crydon, one use? I thought it used to have 2. Okay, that sucks ass. But it does reduce the Soul Stealer cost, I think, maybe? I don't know. I don't remember. Anyway, she has all of her stuff. Soul Stealer, Power of Darkness, and Melkoth's. Her spell kit is so good. She has Pit of Shades, too, by the way. She didn't bring it this game, but she has Pit of Shades. She has Pit of Shades, Soul Stealer, Power of Darkness, and Melkoth's, all in her spell kit. It's such a good spell kit. Wand of Crydon might suck now, unless it changes it. If it actually makes Soul Stealer cheaper still, then it's fine. But one use of a pretty meh bombardment spell? I don't know. Anyway, she has her normal debuffs, Enchanting Beauty and Heartrender in the Dark Sword, but she only has 4,500 HP, and there's a reason you haven't seen a lot of Morathi, so we'll have to see what Caradoc can do with her. But no breath attacks. Now, what you do get is a cheaper Lord. No breath attacks from a dragon, but you can bring more Dark Elves. And there's a good start for the Arcane Phoenix. Last time we got a little upset at the use of it in the early game, and that is a much better start, already cleaving out an entire Bleak Sword. And Dark Riders charge in. Dark Riders are going to be pushed out by the Illyrian Reavers and the Arcane Phoenix countercharge. Archmage of Death is getting harassed by Morathi, needs to run away, and a Fate of Buna coming in for those Cold One Knights, trying to take them out of the fight early. More Cold One Knights pouring in, though. The Cav advantage trying to shut down the Archers. The Archers' natural enemy is Cavalry. Even if those archers happen to have spears on their bums, it doesn't matter if your bums aren't facing the right way. Spearmen will get ground down by Witch Elves. Witch Elves have pretty great melee attack stats, and Spearmen aren't that strong if you can get over their melee defense, which as soon as you get over it, then it's a good time for you. Soul Stealer from Morathi is going to hit 3 units. Does pretty good damage, and she is now down on the ground. She is fighting Small and Seaguard and such. Dark Elf frontline is faltering, and the Shades are in range now to start firing. Dark Elf frontline is faltering, running away in every direction. Cold One Knights and Dark Riders really committing onto the backfield here, but Blood Penguin is up on damage value, and he's up on the balance of power. I would tend to agree. Murderous Prowess now popping, trying to help out the Dark Elves get through that front line. But you can see how long the Spearmen can hold. Even with Murderous Prowess, the Bleak Swords have less melee attack than the melee defense of the Spears. They are such a good frontline unit. Could not recommend them more highly. Basic 500 gold spears. Wand of Crydon is getting cast, and this big clump of archers. Blood Penguin does have to take some time and separate out his units so they don't take too much damage from being all together. And Koldo Knights can't interrupt a whole bunch at the same time. Decent hit onto those units there. I wonder... I don't think we should get a Fate of Buna onto any of these Koldo Knights. They're too wounded. I don't think it's worth it. I think just spamming Spirit Leech onto Morathi might be more worth it. Even with 25% spell resist, it's still going to be probably worth your time. Or a Fate of Buna onto these Shades, but... I don't think we should Fate of Buna almost dead Koldo Knights that are still getting shot by archers, so hopefully he doesn't do that. Ooh, or Fate of Buna the Witch Elves. Honestly, I'm fine with that. Oh, God, look at that damage, though. Look at that damage! They had a bad time. Soul Stealer hits like 4 units. 5 units Soul Stealer from Morathi. Spirit Leech onto her, trying to counter that healing. Maybe just want to let her healing go all the way up and then waste itself, but whatever. Koldo Knights are routed off. Arcane Phoenix and the Death Mage could maybe stick around and fight Morathi, though it looks like the Death Mage has other places to be. And Morathi decides, you know what, fuck it. I don't want to be here either. Bounce Power's about dead even. Dark Rider is coming in. Maybe. They have rallied. Witch Elves have finished off a lot of the Seaguard, but they themselves are now running away as these archers with guard mode on have been firing this entire time. Arcane Phoenix does a quick a little tickling on those Black Arc Corsairs. Didn't quite get them. And I think maybe Blood Penguin doesn't even know that the Shades exist, because they've been stalked / hidden for most of the game, and then when they do pop up, he's been busy elsewhere. Arcane Phoenix diving straight in onto Morathi, gets a huge hit onto her, misses the second attack, but she's going to need some support. She doesn't really want to be fighting Morathi all alone with infantry support nearby for the Dark Elves. Dark Elves are slightly up on the balance of power. They are up on the damage value. Can they really close it out? Dark Rider is just running down these archers. Shades firing in, hitting everybody pretty equally. But I think there's a Fate of Buna coming in for them. Judging by the fact that she's coming over here, I think she would only do that if she has a Fate of Buna. Maybe she'd go into melee with Shades, but I don't think she would kill them very quickly at all. Another Soul Stealer on Spirit Leech onto Morathi. The archers are running away. Okay, I don't think there's a Fate of Buna if she did that. So she is just going to dive into melee with the Shades, try and stop them from firing for a little bit as they just tear apart her archers. And Arcane Phoenix is still running away from Morathi. I'm kind of surprised she doesn't. Arcane Phoenix doesn't just want to take that fight. Morathi throwing out another Soul Stealer to try and heal back up. It hits 2 Spearmen, a Spearman and a Silverin Guard, but yeah, she did not enjoy that fight with the Arcane Phoenix at all, and she now needs to fuck off and run for her life. Damage value is about dead even. Elves everywhere are dead or dying. Nobody's feeling that hot. There's the Fate of Buna onto the Shades that we were waiting for, and they do turn now. They are going to try and hit the Archmage of Death, but she might be just out of range for them. Black Arc Corsairs get charged by the Eagle Lord, but a rear charge from the Arcane Phoenix should tear out them, and then the High Elves will be just fine with this position. These archers, they have nowhere to go. They should just fire at the Shades while they still can, because they're about to get run into melee. So they need to do something, but it doesn't look like they're going to get the orders just yet. Oh, now they do. Get a little bit of poke damage out before the Black Arc Corsairs will take them down. Dark Elves running the back line with their significant cavalry advantage. High Elves really have nothing left on the map besides their 2 single entities, but they do rout off the Shades. And with only 2 Fate of Bunas used, they should have a good amount of Spirit Leeches left for Morathi in the late game. Arcane Phoenix, do you have any Flaming Poops left? You have 1 Flaming Poop left to take eventually. Morathi is healthy-ish. What round is this? This looks like finals. This is semifinals. Thematic Elven Silver Wall Tournament, yeah. Cheap Souls Dealer debuffs. We'll have to see Karakok can do with their... Do you really want to see that? I mean, I do, but not everyone's a degen. Oh. Yeah. Alright, another Soul Stealer onto the Arcane Phoenix. As she tries to heal up, she does have 40 melee defense, but this Phoenix just doesn't miss, dude. He only has 38 melee attack versus her 40 melee defense, and it just keeps hitting. And a Spirit Leech is also going to force her back. Now, I think they're going all in on the Lord Snipe here, maybe, because these Phoenixes are good. The birds are going to have a hard time killing like a bunch of random shit, but they'll have a much easier time if their leadership is lowered. Morathi with 95 speed is not faster than this Eagle Lord at all. The Eagle Lord is going to chase her. She's trying to land now, and the Eagle Lord is just going to let her do that for the moment. But I imagine any Spirit Leeches that are left are probably going Morathi's way, because you see how close she is to heal capped. I am Groot. Hi, Aloys. Is the dual weapon banner designed on Dark Elves like 3 times bigger than the banners on High Elf units? Oh, it is pretty big. Again, this game, like last game didn't actually come down to it, but I think a pretty significant portion of whether or not this game is a victory or loss for the High Elves depends on the rebirth for an Arcane Phoenix. Another Spirit Leech onto Morathi, really dragging her down. I have 7 messages. It's from Tretch and Strat Game and a bunch of pings on my server. Okay, I will deal with that after this. The last tornado does hit some shades. Maybe is going to tickle some Blackheart Corsairs if they walk straight into it. Looks like they took a little bit of damage from it, but not that much. Morathi is so close to dead from that last Spirit Leech, but she's hanging on. Dark Riders try to come back in. There's a Cold One Night charge coming straight for this High Elf Archmage. She cannot be caught on the ground with that. And Blood Penguin realizes that he starts to run away. He starts to go. He needs to get back up in the sky. Fly, bird, fly. Wow, she was on the ground for so long. I'm actually shocked she was on the ground that long. Morathi flees for no reason. High Elves taking the decisive balance of power lead. Everything is shattering. It might be army losses in here, as the Archmage is probably gonna go hunt down Morathi. I have to imagine that she won't just let Morathi come back, because Morathi, if she has another Soul Stealer or something, an overcasted Spirit Leech just as a very big fuck you to finish her off, make sure she gets off the map. I don't think that was worth it. I think you could have easily flown over there and just regular Spirit Leeched her, but in the context of this game, I think Blood Penguin just desperately wanted to take her off the map, and he does. And again, the birds win it. It is the new High Elf tech flipping the matchup on its head so far. The birds are 3-0 versus Dark Elves. Morathi, pretty Chad pick these days, 2,300 value on her. And again, when people say Soul Stealer isn't actually that strong, and it's mostly just Malekith's Dragon and Breath attacks, Morathi got 2,300 value on it, and most of what she did was Soul Stealer things. Shades paid for themselves. Witch Elves did great. Blackheart Corsairs did okay, but actually kind of got murked a bit. Bleak Swords did well, and Dark Riders did quite nicely. On the other side, the Archmage of Death, 2,700 value. Arcane Phoenix, 2,400. Lava Seaguard and Archers, mixed value, but overall quite good. Illyrian Reavers did their best, but they were just outmatched in the Cavalry game, and Silver and Garden Spearmen held for 45 years. All right, I gotta update. I gotta give Blood Penguin a point, and then I'm gonna answer these messages because I have like 7. Okay. Answered all the messages. Now they flip, and we have Dark Elves, High Elves again, but this time Blood Penguins, Dark Elves, and Caradox High Elves, eh? Everyone? Shirado with 0 reason while casting Soul Stealer at the end. Ugh. Yeah, that heal could have been crucial. Are Dark Elves useless without Soul Stealer? No, it is it's very strong, but they're not useless without it. They would just, like, if Soul Stealer didn't exist, they would go from being an A tier faction to like a B or C. They'd be functional, kind of in the functional way, kind of the way like Greenskins and Beastmen are functional, like not good, but just around. Like you could win games with them. They would go from being an A tier faction. Well, okay, you say haha funny. Like Malice Darkblade exists, and he doesn't usually take Soul Stealer. Like usually, if you're playing Malice, your mage is going to be a Death Mage or a Fire Mage. Like you don't take Soul Stealer, and Malice is plenty strong. The meta would probably just become Supreme Sorceress of Fire, Supreme Sorceress of Death, or Malice. Yeah. All right, chat's rushing to my defense, which is good. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Clearly, you all think I am just completely right, and there's nothing I said ever that's wrong. But yeah, Soul Stealer's like still really strong. It gives them the option of having a big Dragon Lord who can heal himself. So they would fall in the meta without having access to Soul Stealer, but they wouldn't be doomed. Lore of Death is better than Soul Stealer right now. Soul Stealer is just so good on Malice. I think you mean Malekith, but yeah. Like, Soul Stealer is definitely very good, but Death Magic's also fucking busted, and they have access to that, so they'll be okay. If in the same patch, Death Magic got nerfed, Malice got nerfed, and Soul Stealer / Malekith got nerfed, then yeah, Dark Elves will be in some trouble. But as long as they have access to, like, one of those things, they'll be okay. Anyway, I drank a bunch of liquid. I gotta take a, like, BRB. Why do we all hate Hazel Basil so much? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I was reading some messages. All right. What's the White Lion of Chrysalord again? Alistair? Yeah, I wish Alistair the White Lion was allowed. He's not even that good, so I don't know why he's not allowed. But he's like, he's technically outside of unit caps. He's campaign exclusive. We have Gelblom's Terror. What the fuck is Gelblom's Terror? I don't know what that even means. Looks like we have High Elves Empire. Oh, the Carno with Vanguard in stock. That's a fucking weird unit, by the way. US campaign exclusive units were in multiplayer but priced accordingly. Yeah, I'm never against more units, but they do need pretty big price hikes from where they are. Do you know Beastmen have no extended roster? It's true, they have literally none. A mini league where people can use campaign exclusive units and are obligated to bring at least one. Trader, when you say a mini league, do you mean a league or just a tournament? Recruits because I had 150 gold spider hatchlings. Yeah, some of them are definitely unbalanced. Is it a league or like a single tournament? Single tournaments are easier to run than leagues, and leagues like have pretty mixed participation. Tourneys are such a time investment. Fair. So you'd be a Swiss league. I don't know. I kind of hate Swiss leagues. They're such a bitch. I'm part of the BBB Swiss League right now, and like out of my 5 weeks, yeah, 5 weeks. So I've had 5 opponents. I've played 2 of them on time. Wait, no. Yeah, 2 of them on time. 3 of them, I messaged them day 1 and I said, "Hey, you want to play?" I got a message back a day after we were supposed to play, and they said, "Hey, you want to play?" And I'm like, "No, you already lost. Like, you didn't play in the time requirement. I messaged you day 1, you messaged me a week later. That is not my problem." And that shit happens to me all the time, dude. Like, Swiss League round 1s and 2s are usually fine, and after that they just fall off a fucking bridge. Not like every player in every Swiss League, but a lot of Swiss Leagues have problems after 1 week. 2. You just hate having to sit down for hours straight. Yeah. That's true. Leagues are just hard to run, because you gotta, like... It's like herding cats. You know, you just gotta be like, hey, play your games. Play your games. Hey, play your games. Hey, play your games. Where if I end up running a Swiss League, it would definitely, like, be... You know... You miss a week, you're out. Like, just... completely black and white, and you have to be such a dick about it, which is why I don't usually run them, because I don't want to be a dick about it. But the only way to like really get it to run well is just be aggressive about people not participating, because it's like, if you can't manage one game a week, then that's your issue. Oh, Loopy, that's another good point, is if people fall far enough behind, then they know they can't win, so why would they keep playing? Yeah. It's tough. Every format for sure has problems. Like sit down one-off tournaments are also, I mean, they're long. That's true. They're made longer by apparently 45-minute build phases. I don't know what's happening with that, but we could figure that out a lot quicker. Anyway. Yeah, because the high-off build has been the same for the last 5 minutes. Not even exaggeration. It's just been sitting here for 5 minutes. There we go. Anyway, my point is, yeah, tournaments have their problems too. It's just like, tournaments also lend themselves better to a stream, where for a Swiss League, it would be difficult to get something live, because that defeats the point of Swiss. If like, all right, everybody get together and play your games so I can stream them. Okay, well then that's just a tournament. Or I cast only replays, which have lower viewership and lower hype usually. Like whenever I do any event that has replays over live, viewership's down by about 15. We need a strict build time rules? Yeah. Yeah, it's true. I also build rather quickly. I think smallish groups in a knockout tournament is the best option at the moment. Oh, yeah, Bomar, that's... I don't know, that might be for big stuff, though. Like, right now, the Vermin League tournament today had 7 people and 5 people for 2 tournaments. So 12 total? I don't think that's worth doing, like, groups and shit for. Yeah. I agree that replays are easier to cast, but it just has lower turnout usually, Choganik. Alrighty. Empire versus High Elves. 5 Lothern Sea Guards. 4 Silverin Guard. An Archmage of Fire with Fireball and Burning Head. A Frostheart Phoenix. And 1 Illyrian Reaver Archer. Another Mage in the Forest with just Earthblood. And then a single Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower, kind of hidden in like a bit of a depression here. So maybe if the enemy had cannons, maybe they can't see him. IDK, why some people take so long to build? I also don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I try to be a little more sympathetic on that stuff. Like, there's ridiculous things where it shouldn't take you that long to build, but I build my build super quickly. I've played competitively for 4 years, so I try not to be like, why doesn't everybody just play for 4 years? Anyway, for Blood Penguin in the Empire, we do have a Mortar, 2 Huntsmen, the Silver Bullets, a Jade Wizard with Regrowth and Earthblood, Spearmen and Swordsmen across the front line, 2 Empire Knights, Karl Franz up in the sky on Deathclaw with a lot of his buffs, and there is a single Demigryph Knight with Halberds. Loopy doesn't like this high-elf build very much. It does seem a little strange. I'm worried it doesn't have a ton of DPS. Mortars dodge a fireball attempt by getting off their mounts and then getting back on. Yeah, I worry about the high elves DPS potential. Because if you kill these 5 archers, then that's it. The build doesn't do any more damage. Your dog ate your build 4 times, so you have to remake it. Fair. Huntsman getting in range of the Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers, pushing them back. The other Huntsman getting in range of Silverengard. 75 armor and silver shields, though, make them almost immune to that kind of damage. They'll largely want to be avoided. The secret stealth Demigryph Knights with Halberds. If Blood Penguin notices that these Illyrian Reavers are coming in, he could get a countercharge before they run away. Now they're running away and he didn't quite see it coming, so rip in peace. But in the late game, if those Demigryphs are still alive, they'll be able to deal with the birds quite effectively. Empire Knights trying to get up through the Silverengard front line, and they will, but how much can they really do to Lothern Seaguard will be a pretty big question. Illyrian Reaver Archers coming to shut down the mortars. Demigryph Knights with Halberds are going to have to countercharge them, and it looks like they have orders to now. They'll catch a couple of those Illyrian Reavers, mostly just keeping them away from the Archers is the entire point. Empire State troops have overrun the lines of the High Elf Reaper, I always want to say that, Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower, pushing them back. Empire Knights and Swordsmen are just harassing Lothern Seaguard, stopping them from shooting for a bit. Illyrian Reavers still getting chased by Demigryph Knights. Actually, their leadership is tanking, because they're getting rear charged by a fear-causing units. They could maybe get pushed off. Maybe. Mortar's still firing in. Sigmar's Sons might be getting into a little bit of friendly fire range. They got to be careful there, as Silverengard are trying to chase them. Karl Franz manages to tear out them off. Lothern Seaguard still shooting at Empire Knights. But the Empire seems to be off to a really good start. The Empire, the High Elf Archers have been forced back in a lot of cases. And now some of the Silverengard just stopped chasing entirely, and they're now going for Huntsman. Big Burning Head does some damage to some Spearmen. It's not enough to save Lothern Seaguard. Mortar still firing happily. Empire is up pretty convincingly on the balance power. Damage value is about 2 to 1 at the moment. And Spearmen continue to just walk forward. Empire Knights running over Lothern Seaguard. And something happened to the Frostheart Phoenix. Looks like the Silver Bullets plus Karl Franz happened. He's now trying to get away. Franz is slowed down, but charge bonus is a hell of a drug. He's even going to pop Gal Miraz, giving him a ton of stats. And the Arcane Phoenix, the Frostheart Phoenix kind of does a little dootsy-doo there for a second, bringing it closer into range of Franz. And honestly, these Empire Knights should turn around and just muck it so that Franz can catch up to it. Yeah, it looks like they are. So then he can catch up to it, he can hit it. And the Frostheart Phoenix is the only Phoenix without a rebirth kind of attribute at all. So if it dies, it actually dies. Demigryph Knights with Halberds are here. That does leave the mortar exposed. It looks like they ran Illyrian Reaver Archers straight off the map, so there is no more cavalry whatsoever for the High Elves, meaning the mortar is largely safe until the Silverengard walks straight up to it. And if they do that, the Silver Bolts will shoot them in the back. It is looking like a little bit of a domination. Lothern Seaguard are routing. Empire Knights opting out of a fight with some Silverengard. They could run up and make sure these Lothern Seaguard actually get pushed off the map. It looks like they'll maybe just leave State Spearmen to do that. Empire Knights plus Franz chasing off the Frostheart Phoenix. Big regrowth coming in for the Demigryph Knights with Halberds. Okay. I don't know if you need a regrowth. A lot of that healing is going to be wasted, because they're going to get to max health before it gets done ticking. Big Burning Head onto the Silver Bullets, and the Archmage of Fire is maybe going to land on them. That's why Franz is following her, making sure that she can't do that for free. Huntsmen are shooting Silverengard in the back. We're trying to stop the mortars. Where are the Silver Bullets? There they are. They're also lending their aid, as Franz will indeed take the duel with the Archmage of Fire, who opts out. She's just not going to have any of this, which means the Silver Bullets will be safe. Bounce power is too far gone. Empire wins. That bird playing Snail Tail? Yeah. Silverengard, very elite front line, but unfortunately the mass hordes of Sigmar just walked around them for the most part, leaving them on their own. Lothern Seaguard struggled to get shots off before they were chased by a bunch of spearmen and stuff. Illyrian Reaver Archers proved difficult. Franz did okay. He just tear out a bunch of things. Demigryph Knights with the Halberds actually got 1,000 value out, so good for them. Empire Knights proved pretty clutch. And today, a lot of people are having issues with like too much infantry in their builds and not enough cav advantage, because cav advantage can decide games. Doesn't always. Because I guess, yeah, in game 1, Caradoc had a cav advantage as Dark Elves, but they got Fate of Unit and stuff. But here, like, with one skirmish cav to stop Empire Knights and the Demigryph Knights with Halberds from doing whatever they wanted, they just ran chop over everything. GG. Blood Penguin advances to the finals. And I will message Tretch and see if you are in a lobby. We will join. Other semi is done. We're starting the second game. Okay. So the other semifinal is in-game, which means we'll just play a quick battle. Domination Mountains of Morn. Who do I feel like playing as? I'll play some Skaven Domination. I'm like 0-5 on Skaven and Domination because I'm shit at Dom. Skaven versus High Elves? Okay. What the hell? Okay, well, let me get rid of my Warlord. I don't want him. Get rid of him. I'd hell with it. Do Warlock Master. Actually, let's just go Ikit. Yeah. Foot Ikit. Because we don't fear nobody. Foot Ikit, Warp Lightning, Howling Warp Gale. Sure. Well, what if he does like a blob? We'll do Flensing Ruin, Warp Lightning, just in case. In case I need the ruin of the Flensing. Reinforcing Army. I don't want a Packmaster. What the fuck is this? Mountains of Morn. What does the map even look like? Oh, it's that map. Okay. One, two, then this, and then 1,000 gold left. So we get some clan rats, I guess. Assassin. Sure. And then I'll get 2 Skaven slaves. Okay, reinforcing army. Can you like not have that fucking guy? There we go. So we need some wolf rats, we need some rat ogres, we need a shit ton of Skaven slaves and clan rats and Skaven slaves and clan rats and 2,000 gold left. Okay, let's get some more dogs. I don't know. I already have everything I want in my first army. This sucks now. Ugh, don't even know what the, this game sucks and I hate it. What if we get rid of that? And then we'll get another globe. You can never have too many globes, ladies and gentlemen. It's literally not possible. Dom? Oh, I was just playing a quick battle. I'm back. What did I miss? We finished up a semifinal. Blood Penguin advanced to the finals, and now we're waiting for either... The other semifinal just started a game. So we're waiting for them to either go to game 3 or to be done. So, not enough Doom Wheels. Are Doom Wheels even good in Dom? Actually, like, I legitimately don't know. I don't know Domination meta very well. And by very well, I mean almost at all. I know what certain factions are good because Platypus has to keep telling me. Death devices charged. All right. Police issues? Oh. I hope you're doing okay, Caradoc. You doing good? Okay, well, that guy's already ready, and I feel pressured, so I don't like that. Yeah. And then my Jezzails. I'm just gonna set them up like over here or something. I don't know. I can't see anything. It's fine. It gets here. You're here. Love you. Did I bring Warp Gale? No, I brought Flensing Rune. Okay, so if he flies up to me, I might be in trouble. Why do I need control groups? It's all gonna be fucked anyway. Okay, it's Imrik and some dragons. Cool. I should have brought Warp Gale, but I didn't, so. That was a lot of single entities. I really should have brought Warp Gale. God damn it.
Ready? Council's command! Like the wind!
Okay, so this guy has like no infantry. Dude's got nothing. I don't know why my Jezzails are being stupid, but stupid they are indeed being.
Rattling gun! Quick, fast! They obey! Pick it, claw! Or Skaven blades! And stick up!
Yeah.
Attack!
Yeah, I forgot. Well, didn't forget. I didn't bring Howling Warp Gale, and I should have, so now we're just gonna get run over.
Stammering! Attack! Attack! The ship moving! Going!
Oh, whoops.
Our tile's yours! Faster, Scotty! Scarpa, go! Land rats! Globe it is! Our tails
I mean, we just lose, right?
Warlock of Death!
We can maybe snipe out Tyrion.
Die, die! Die, die, die! We obey!
Okay, there's the new plan.
Land rats!
The new plan is just globe dragons to death.
Even
Globes do okay damage to dragons when you cast 10 million of them. Oh, I told him to move forward, not like kill anything. Interesting.
Land rats! Good, yes!
Globes, kill the dragons!
Agree,
Globes, kill the dragons! Kill dragon things!
Warlock Jessens!
Say goodbye to your spearmen. I might have to say goodbye to my avalanche mortars, so I'm gonna run away. We are spawn camping like filthy noobs.
Storm Demon Prime!
Storm Demon is not primed. Hey, we killed one of the dragons. I'm gonna nerf this guy and my rat ogres.
Death by claw! The ship moving, going!
Globes! Kill anything that ever threatens me, ever! Okay, these dogs are gonna go take point one, I guess. You guys killed all that stuff, so go get that. Yeah, kid, I don't know what to do with you, dude. We're just chilling.
Skaven slaves! Stab! Our tails yours!
Dog's gonna go take that point. I mean, I guess I'm gonna rat ogres.
Quick mode! Skaven, yes, yes!
Okay, killed that thing.
Quick, quick!
Either my Jezzail's back? No? Okay. Cool.
Ready, ready! Time to die!
I want an overcasted thingy. I don't really want to undercast.
Not good,
I don't really want to undercast Flensing Ruin here. I don't know why you guys had to go into melee to do that, but don't.
Onwards!
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Rick-a-back!
Okay, you keep doing that. Rat ogres are piling forward. We took a victory point. Yay, keep it from the foe. Keep it from your mother, sir. Okay. Do you have enough for this yet? Yep.
Wield the winds.
I have 1,000 gold. Uh-oh.
As you wish.
Get Giselles. Another dragon spawn. That's crazy.
Done. Warp lightning.
Guys, domination is fun and not cheesy at all. Also, there's been 7 single entities just flying around.
Slay stab.
And very little infantry to speak of.
Slay stab. Scamper forward.
Suddenly dogs. Alright, as much as I love constantly getting cheesed by flying single entities on a map where apparently none of my units can see anything to shoot at anything, I might just FF and call it a day. I'm higher on the damage value, but yeah. My ranged units just can't see anything, ever. There's always something blocking them. They have literally just never shot. And it's awful.
Counselors, come on.
It's awful. It gets wandering. Don't know why you're going over there, but sure.
Spears. Die, die, die. Advance retreat. Icket claw.
Yeah, pathing is not the strongest feature in Warhammer, and making a bunch of maps where pathing is super important is not really working out, huh?
Guide us.
Okay. So we might triple cap. Is that the thing that matters? Does that matter? It's just vibing somehow.
Fancy. Sneak, sneak, run.
There we go. Make it routed.
Clan rats. Sneak, sneak.
Oh, I forgot about that. My bad.
Stay run. Yes, yes. What? Yes, yes, yes. Ah. Now, yes. Stab, stab. Good orders.
I mean, I'll desummon my almost dead assassin.
The foe's victory point.
Battering gun. Yes, yes. Spring Ricato crack.
Okay, shattered that guy. Let's come over here.
Yes. Warlock Gentiles. Now, ready now.
Rattling guns have perfect positioning on that dragon, so let's see if they can kill it.
Go.
Oh, they're doing pretty good damage.
Ah, Ricaram. Guide us onward.
Dun 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 dun.
Quick, quick. Rattling gun. Die, die. For the vermin time. Murder, kill, kill.
Dun 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 dun. Silver helms. Ooh.
Spears. Now, move. Skype. Yes.
Okay, we're currently getting sunfanged. Let's go globe those things. Is this point still mine? No. I need to fix that. When I get the death runners, let me know.
Our tail's yours. Rattling gun.
Okay, rattling guns try and kill Tyrion.
Now.
Giselles try and kill the noble. Oh wait, Giselles kill that sun dragon. I was gonna fuck you up.
For the vermin time.
The rest of you, walk away from Tyrion so the rattling guns can see him. That's actually all we need. How much money do I have? 700? Okay, still need to wait for those death runners then.
Ah, Globadere.
Rat ogre's terror routing. Giselle still trying to kill the sun dragon. Rattling guns trying to shoot Tyrion. Apparently they can't. Don't know why they can't, but apparently they can't. I don't know where wolf rats are or why wolf rats are. Can I have my death runners yet? I want them. Give death runner! Give!
Good.
Okay, shoot him. Death runners! Yes, cause death!
Death runners. Move. March, Scotty, yes. Quick. Stab.
Alright, we routed Tyrion. We didn't kill Tyrion. You Rattling guns are gonna have to take care of that Frostheart Phoenix or you're all gonna die.
Back on the ground. Guide us, Horned One. Belvedere's and onwards.
Goes the lawnmower. Oh, sad. It lived.
Onwards.
Okay.
Slake, slake.
What else are we doing here? How much is Ikit? Because I kind of want to get him back so my leadership stabilizes.
Scarpa, go. Belvedere's. Now, yes.
One globe, shoot at that. One globe, throw at the incoming Silver Helms.
Council's command.
We are killing that. Let's get some doggos. He desummoned Tyrion. Dogs are holding up their spawn.
Now, ready now.
You guys are back. You guys are back.
That the stab.
Rat ogres are still running around.
Very good, master.
You guys are back. Rat ogres are back. Okay. Globes aren't firing, which is pretty fine.
Fight, fight.
Rattling gun needs to shoot that noble in the face.
Skrenrika Bokrek. Die, die, die.
Wolf rats and rat ogres can go chase some stuff.
Faster study.
Okay. You successfully took this point. Victron's death squad, fuck off for a little bit, and I'll call you when I need you.
Council's command. Good, good. Nash kill king.
Okay, go take that point. Globes, go over here. I don't want those silver helms coming back, so go, 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 go.
Let's crack. Skaven, yes, yes. Our tail's yours.
Okay, I guess you'll shoot that.
Yes,
I guess you'll shoot that. Rat ogres also go to the middle. How are you alive? Whatever. Come with me. How am I doing? 1,200 points? Okay. Silver helms are about off the map.
Move, move. We obey.
Okay. Alright, we have 2 points. Is that going to be enough?
What orders? What block Gentiles?
God damn, he seal capped most everything. It gets back!
Kill time.
It gets back with 40 WOM. Holy shit, you regen WOM? You regen WOM while you're off the battlefield? Let's go, dude! Hell yeah, Ikit. That's my boy.
It shall be done.
Okay, you guys just hang out on point 1. That's fine by me. Victron's Death Squad can also hang out on point 1. I'm gonna put them back here in case my opponent gets any cheeky ideas about summoning on that side.
Ready now. Scamper. What? Agree, rig.
Ouch.
Rickaback. Retreat, retreat. Ikit claw.
Ikit claw.
Okay. Globadier.
Hey, another dragon.
War systems on. Faster. Scurry.
There's always another dragon.
Globadier.
Okay, you.
Gentiles.
Desummon you. Desummon. You, wherever you are, desummon.
Ready, ready. We obey.
Okay, Rattling guns are apparently struggling to understand the concept of firing. So we'll see how that goes. Cleansing Ruin from up on my little cliff.
Stone magic. Listen, hurry. Skip to the leap.
Okay, those guys spawned and realized I was here, so they fucked off. Someday these dragons will die. It will be a good day. More globes.
Scryer.
Ickett's just enjoying his day.
Storm demon. Now. Grenadiers.
Okay, they've mostly pushed me off the central point.
March, scurry, yes.
Bang. Dogs.
Back on the ground.
Doogoose. The noble's getting healed again!
As well.
How much healing is in this goddamn game? You despawn. You despawn so I can summon you again with more health later. It's close.
Go, run, go. Casting death, hey.
Except you. You despawn.
Icket claw. Grenadiers. Yes, yes, yes. For the vermin tide.
So many dragons.
Move. Yes, yes, yes.
These dogs aren't coming back? Okay.
Skit, then leap.
I don't know who you are, but go away. Clan rats? Why can't I desummon you? Oh, because you're still technically melee somewhere? Okay.
Icket claw.
Yeah, kit's over there. I need some dogs to help me take this point real fast. So, hello, dogs. Help me take this point real fast.
Warp lightning.
And Jiminy H. God. There are so many single entities getting resummoned and getting healing. Oh, and Icket lost his control group because he died. Okay.
Icket claw.
Come with me to this point that we must secure. We lose.
Scuttle.
Digos Dagos. Kill the life caster. I would resummon my rattling guns, but they're not going to have enough to do, unfortunately. I mean, there's a lot I need them to do, but not a lot they can do.
Scurry race. Kill mode. Slice. Nice.
Hmm.
Red crack.
It might be Ogre.
Kill contraptions at hand.
Yeah, it might just be Ogre Kingdoms.
Wield the wind.
Yeah, that's GG. God damn, there's too much healing.
Hit claw. So be it. Icket claw.
Ah well. GG.
You have been
Got outplayed. Not replays. I need to go find Tretch. Okay, so brief distraction over. Failed to join game full. I actually know that game. I wanted it to pop up so I could spectate. Okay, it doesn't show up for me. Okay, so I can't find their lobby right now. At least in line battles, the cheese usually leads to early defeats, maybe. Alright, I'm gonna check up on chat while we wait for stuff. Arkin versus Void? That's pretty funny. He brought 10 360 Archer and now the cops come knocking. 5 SE looks fun. It was 6 SE, yeah. Okay, brothers, enjoy the rest of the stream. Hope you have a good one. Shooting is a strange and abstract concept for straight range units. Skaven slingers probably see a slinger for the first time. Oh, I was just doing quick battle while I was waiting for that. I didn't choose anything. I just hit the find a quick battle option so I didn't have to sit in a menu and just like talk. Game Boy streaming at 10 because it's more box-like. Dude, I've had issues with the camera and the lighting being really dark because there's a window behind me. So then when I put the tent up, it blocks the sunlight, and then the camera can actually find my face and not turn me into a Shadow King. Anyway. It has been discovered the other semifinal game 3 started without us, so it'll be done eventually. So we did a quick battle to buy time when they were starting. They started game 2. So we did a quick battle, and then I thought they'd do Pixabands and army builds for game 3, but they started game 3 without us too. So now we're back in the main menu buying time, which is the only reason I played a quick battle is because I didn't want to sit in the main menu buying time, but now we're in the main menu buying time. Well, fuck! Yeah. Too funny. Too funny, man. Okay. We'll find Blood Penguin. They'll get a lobby up for whoever wins. We'll keep this shit on the road. I still think there's the bug where if a spectator hosts, it can crash, so I won't host. Talk about weeb shit? No. Have any fun previews for videos coming out? Please another Dom match? No! I will never play Domination again. Never! Oh. I don't think that would have been that bad, because it ended up being a close game. I don't think that would have been that bad if the map was better, but the map was shit, so then none of my ranged units could fire. So then it's like, alright, Skaven, beat dragons in melee. And it's like, that's not how anything works. Okay, alright. Any cool new anime you've watched? I've watched a lot of League of Legends recently. How are your pets? Hold on, everybody. I have something to show you, okay? It's the subject of a video coming out soon. But I think I could entertain you for a couple seconds about it. It's a video that's coming out soon, but ladies and gentlemen, I would like to posit to you that maybe, possibly, the Empire has some secret gigachads in their midst. And you might be like, Human Boy, what are you talking about? Human Boy, you're a dumb piece of shit. Well, wait a second. So there's a bug with the Free Company Militia right now. It's an aesthetic bug. It's entirely aesthetic. It does not affect their stats. But the fact that it does not affect their stats is actually what makes the bug so funny. I could do the Feral Mammoth versus Arwar Mammoth Herd matchup, but it's just gonna lose. It's just gonna lose. But anyway. All right, so now if you look at these Norskin buff boys, shirtless buff boys with giant great axes, you would assume that they are better than foppish. Ah, damn it, Vertical Cliff, you beat me to it. Anyway, the foppish, mustachioed men of the Empire. But what if I told you that these Free Company militia are actually super badasses? No gun? Actually, no, it's they have guns. They have guns. But they are going to beat those marauders with their bare hands. Because there's a bug where the Free Company militia lost their swords. They don't have any swords. They don't have swords on their models. So they just fist fight with other troops. And it's really funny to me. Look at them. They're just punching away. Punch them. Punch my little troops. Get them. Fight them with pistols. Punch them to death. And it's funny because the death animations of the Marauders still act like they have swords. So they're like getting punched and then their heads are just splitting open and spewing blood and they go flying and stuff. I don't know. I find it really funny. They're just street brawlers now. Punch! And they can usually beat actually pretty decent units too. I mean, of course I'm buffing them with Franz right now, but it's just funny. It's just funny that they got forgotten, so. Because they're supposed to have swords, 100%. In the video I go back and check Warhammer 2 and they have like these really long swords. It's actually kind of upsetting how long their swords are. But for now. Look at them, they're just like sending these giant brutes flying. Oh, it's so funny. I don't know, they're just great. How's Franz doing? Oh, I'll pop Galmaraz. Alright, kick his ass, Franz. How did you miss? How did you miss? You have 89 melee attack plus bonus versus large. How did you miss again? What the fuck? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Did you miss again? Hold on, are you actually just gonna miss every fucking attack, you dumb piece of shit? There, you hit one, you dumb bastard. How are you missing so much? Literally how? You have 65 melee attack plus bonus versus large. What? You hit again there, but what? What is wrong with you? Oh my god. Franz actually just horrifically failed the Empire. And he's not even gonna rally? Okay, he does rally. Alright, can Franz actually carry this? Because he's supposed to. Okay, you have 65 melee attack. You miss on the charge. There you got it. You got a hit in. Alright. Got another hit in. Alright. Oh, shit. Misclicked. Stand your ground war off, though, so he's probably gonna rout again. Yeah, there he goes. Wow, Franz, you suck ass. But yeah, I just think the fist bug is pretty funny. You could buy time by signing the petition. What petition? What petition are you talking about? Is this one of those messages that didn't show up because YouTube decided it didn't show up? Like Sisters and Doomfire Warlocks? Is that true? Do Sisters and Doomfire Warlocks not have things? Is it just the ROR? No, it's all Free Company Militia. I just picked the ROR because they have better stats. Petition for hot seat mode? What is that? I don't know what you're talking about and I'm scared. Okay, Pengu has a lobby up. I am joining the lobby. Penguin, final, spectate, 1, 2, 3. Last best of 3 for the day. It's been a wild stream. It's been all over the place. ODM Tretch made it to the end, prevailed over the green one. So it's Odium Tretch versus Blood Penguin. Best of 3 finals. Challenge died. We had to make a Total Tavern page in the middle of it. Then Total Tavern, not Total Tavern, then Challenge started working again, so it was okay for a bit. And Raced and Shogunuk had a 20-minute Cathay mirror, over 20-minute Cathay mirror. It's been a ride today, ladies and gents. Two more Dark Elves and we're finally released. Yeah, it is max 2 more Dark Elves. And then I can have lunch and go to work. I love going to work on Saturday. It's great. Blech. Blech. Ugh, and then I have a bunch of things to do. Ugh, yuck, and gross. All of them. Do you guys think it's actually Bretonnia Empire? I think it might be. I think that's definitely what's happening. And not that Tretch just joined and Penguin had played Empire last game. You could have worked today, but you don't hate yourself. Yeah. I gotta go check how the run from yesterday did. And then I gotta run in Ceramides again. Hopefully it won't take too long. Hopefully. That, or I could honestly just keep working on the sugars assay. No, that wouldn't be wise. Probably should just keep working on Ceramides. Anybody watching LCS? League of Legends in the North American scene? I actually agreed to mutually ban High Elves, Dark Elves, VC, Grand Cathay, and Dwarves for our viewing pleasure. Did they? Coops, I think you're a liar. Ugh. NA League of Legends is currently going down the worst timeline. Where I was saying, like, 100 Thieves, if you don't know what I'm talking about, then my bad. But we're waiting on army picks anyway. 100 Thieves. Grace says sorry for distracting us all. 100 Thieves has like Bjergsen and Doublelift, who are 2 old boomers coming back to the game. And I told my brother, I'm like, there are 2 timelines. Actually 3. There's the timeline where this team sucks ass and it's really funny to laugh at them. There's a timeline where this team's really good and then you can get hyped. And then there's a timeline where they're just middling and they're not fun to laugh at, but they're also not like good. And unfortunately, we're in the 3rd timeline where 100 Thieves is just pretty middling. And then our best teams were looking really good, and then randomly the last couple weeks, EG forgot how to fucking play video games. So that's fun. Hey guys, we have 3 tanks and an 80 carry. We have no magic damage whatsoever, you guys. Let's pick Jace mid for more physical damage and a poke champion. And then all of our tanks can go win and start a fight, and Jace can throw out 1 EQ. And he did a little bit of damage. And he's out of the fight. Hopefully Zeri can carry. Oh, what? When you have 1 champion on your whole roster that does any damage, the enemy team, all 5 of them are just going to right-click on her, and when she dies, you just lose the fight? What? Let's try that 3 more times. EG loses 4 games. Oh. Next time we'll get him, and it's like, pick another fucking champion! Stop playing Jace goddamn mid! Stop it! It sucks! It's terrible! In North America, it's like 2-8! Stop it! Pick a normal fucking character that does magic damage! Yes, Hazel, I agree. Lucian Nami bot lane, Jax top, that's a lot of physical damage. What about Jace? Oh, they picked Sion, and Sion is gonna 1v5 the whole fucking game? That's crazy! He built 4 armor items. What's he gonna do about the magic damage that you don't fucking have? But Jace is an early game pick. That's why he's down 20 CS to Azir every fucking game, Hazel. Every fucking game, Azir is outdoing him in the early game, and the late game, Azir's a fucking monster who can scoop your whole team and win the game. Jace can't do that, but he can tickle you from 12,000 range. He can do that, Hazel. But in scrims, he's really good. In scrims, everyone's a fucking inter, Hazel. Everyone's a fucking inter in scrims. Because after you get killed 2 times in lane, you just surrender the game. You're never going to do that on stage. And then Jace sucks. And then Jace sucks. Because they're not inters. No, he's middle. Not Lazari. They got nerfed hella hard too, yeah. Fat kid reset. I have tried to perfect my rants over many years. Yeah. So EG's my favorite team, but right now they're just shitting the bed hard by playing dumb. It makes me sad. Hazel's being silly, and we're loading into game 1. It looks like we have Dark Elves something. Slaanesh? I think it was Dark Elves Slaanesh. Watch a different game? No, you. Dark Elf Slaanesh. Yeah, we got it. Oh, it's our first sighting of Sigvald in honestly like a month. Okay. I'm here for it. Let's go. Sigvald. Let's go. So for Blood Penguin, we do have Sigvald the Magnificent, a Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh, with Acquiescence and Lash of Slaanesh, so just trying to give the army-wide buffs. We do have 2, 3, 4 Hellstriders? Just 3? Oh, there's the 4th. 4 Hellstriders, 2 Martyr Horsemen of Slaanesh, triple Exalted Demonette, and 4 Devoted Marauders. On the other side, for the Dark Elves of Trich. Malekith up on his dragon. It's been a long time no see, buddy. We missed you. Cold One Knights, 3 of them. 2 Witch Elves, 3 Bleak Swords, 4 Black Arc Corsair Handbows, and the Crows of Cain, ROR Harpies. When is Hazel gonna play in LCS? When Warwick gets good. If Warwick's ever good, she'll play him. Right, Hazel? Right? You gonna go play with Warwick? You could play for Dignitas. You'd be better than their current players somehow. But didn't EG lose to Dignitas? Shut up! Jace mid isn't real. It can't hurt you if you don't believe in it. Human Boy missed his favorite legendary lord. Malekith? Yeah, dude. I miss Malekith. It's so refreshing to get Malekith in your day. Look at him riding on his little chair. Look at him. Just look at him up there. With a skull on a stick. Look at your stupid skull and your stupid stick. You don't have anything. You can't do shit. What, is it insert? Alright, this is how we're casting the game. I'll zoom out a little bit so I can at least see what's going on. Alright, so it appears the Dark Elves are advancing. Alright, cool. Good for them. Good for them. Hellstriders off in the distance, trying to wrap around. Black Arc Corsair Handbows are going to want to get some damage out before too much, though those Devoted Marauders do have shields. I guess they're only bronze shields, so this will do okay damage. Okay. Hey, if you could not flap your wings directly in front of the action, that would be great. Thank you. Try and be a bro. Try and be a bro here, Malekith. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. We are zooming in too far. I don't want to do that. There we go. Malekith is retreating. His handbows are still firing backwards, and those Devoted Marauders getting a little bit of damage, but not a ton. And Hellstriders are trying to set up a bit of a surround. Ooh, Hellstriders are right beneath Malekith. Could he rock drop on them? Could it possibly be the rock drop angle from Malekith? He's going in. He's got the rock. He's gonna drop. Nope, they dodged it. Dark Elves being cool like always. They are pretty cool. I will give them that. Marauder Horsemen are coming up. How many of them will throw up Malekith and how many will hit? Ooh, that's a lot of hits. Oh, I bet he's taking all the damage. I bet his health bar is like non-existent. Black Arc Corsairs on the ground. You know what? Oh, we're landing on him. Oh, we get some close-ups. Oh, nope. Flying away. Oh, nope. Flying away. How are we doing here? Devoted Marauders of Slaanesh actually taking a lot of damage from these Black Arc Corsair handbows. Only 200 total gold damage value. I guess, yeah, those are cheap, and they've done some pretty middling damage. Hellstrider's going to run in, but their anti-large will not help them versus the Black Arc Corsair handbows. And these guys do have 80 armor, so they're rather tanky to Hellstriders. And a countercharge from the Coldwood Knights is very nice by Tretch here. Trading up onto the Hellstriders, even getting a rampage on them with the Witch Elf support. And that's an entire Hellstrider going down. It's 700 gold units, so it's not cheap. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it's not, you know, you don't want them to die. But here we go. Big moment for Slaanesh as, ow, that was a huge Gaze of Malice, considering that's like a 1,000 gold unit. Owie. Anyway, big moment for Slaanesh. When the Exalted Demonettes get into melee combat, they will just tear through the front line, as we saw the finals of the last tournament with Saber's Regnum and myself. They just Demonette spam, murdered a whole bunch of Ungors and Gors. And the same sort of thing is happening to Bleak Swords. Hellstriders and Demonettes trying to tear apart the Coldwood Knights, and they will do so. It looks like Tretch is getting backed into a corner a little bit. The Marauder Horsemen and Hellstriders that have been forgotten in the distance do need to come up and join the party. Yeah, Bringers of Beguilement have caught 2 Black Arc Corsair handbows. If Tretch doesn't move these out of the way soon, they will both rampage and get caught. Where's Sigvald? Oh, he's over there. Hey, Sigvald, how you doing, buddy? Crows of Cain also rampaging. Quick Lash of Slaanesh to give everybody more melee buffs, and boom! Triple rampage. So all 3 of these units are rampaging, staying in the fight with the Blingers of Beguilement and Devoted Marauders, which they don't want to do. Slaanesh caster does get dove on by Malekith. He might potentially possibly be okay. And a big Soul Stealer is going to try to hit 3 cav units. It does. Oh my god, all the damage. They're all going to die instantaneously. Sigvald's chasing around Witch Elves. He's like, naked, beautiful women, come back. Come back to me. And the Witch Elves are like, we're old women hags. Why do you want anything to do with us? And Sigvald's like, I don't judge. And I don't judge him not judging, you know? Now, the Bringers of Beguilement did actually crumble away. Devoted Marauders of Slaanesh are starting to rout. Other ones are still in for the fight. Damage value is Slaanesh favored. Bounce powers, about even. About even. A lot of Dark Elves have been pushed off the map. They do have a central core here of Black Arc Corsair handbows that are still strong, and Malekith, of course, is very healthy. But aside from that, they have been mostly run around the block. Another breath attack from Malekith onto some Exalted Demonettes. Pretty good cast. Well, good target. The cast itself, I mean, he targeted the middle of the unit for some reason rather than either side, but whatever. Each their own. Hellstriders piling in, trying to keep these guys in the fight, but now they are the ones being kept in the fight as they are surrounded on all sides, getting beat up, getting slapped down. And Black Arc Corsair handbows might be able to carry as a big Soul Stealer comes in from Malekith. Going to hit 3 units. Now, the Hellstrider's flag is in it, but the unit isn't, so they'll be okay. It's 2. It's 3. It's a different Hellstrider than what I was expecting. Sigvald himself starts to get in the fight, starts to get in the action, and the Dark Elves actually have a bit of a mass rout. All 3 of these Black Arc Corsairs are routing. Witch Elves close, other Black Arc Corsair close. We do still have 1 healthy Hellstrider plus 2 Marauder Horsemen that are healthy enough they could chase anything that routes, which is pretty key, because if they're allowed to come back, then they'll just fire into the sides. We are right next to the white lines, so anything that routes will go straight off. Just because they're called hags, they aren't necessarily old. They just sacrifice thousands in order to keep themselves looking young. Okay. Alright. If I could find that unit, I would zoom in on them, but I remember they're pretty gross looking. Hold on, the battle doesn't matter. Now we're just looking for a dead Witch Elf, so I can point at it and laugh. I can't find him. Lame. Exalted Demonettes And Hellstrider's all fighting Malekith with Acquiescence on him. He only has 24 melee defense. His 90 armor will try to keep him safe, but it's not going to be enough. Though he is currently slapping the dog shit out of that Slaanesh caster. Oh my god, he's murdering him. Though, that is the end of the Dark Elves, aside from Malekith. Malekith is the only one remaining. A huge Gaze of Malice takes out the Exalted Demonettes, is going to get them to start crumbling very soon. A Soul Stealer follow-up will hurt Sigvald and the caster, but 2 Marauder Horsemen from Blood Penguin are firing in onto Tretch's Malekith, and there's just no support nearby for them at all. Alright, back to our Eternal Search. Which elves? I know some are fighting in this forest. I mean... Where are you? They look pretty old to me. Dark Elves good in Grand Cathay and Vampire counts? They're pretty solid into Vampire counts. Cathay, I don't know. I'm not sold. Some people say they're pretty good. I haven't played that matchup or seen that matchup. But on paper, I think Cathay has some pretty decent answers into the Dark Elves. Yeah. Malekith, great value. Coldwood Knights, really struggling. Black Arc Corsair Handbows did fine. Witch Elves did fine. Bleak Swords did okay. And the Harpies did well. But that 3,000 gold in the Coldwood Knights, that just didn't have anything to do. And it's not really their fault. They just didn't have anything they could really accomplish, unfortunately. They're outclassed by the Hellstriders, who all paid for themselves, and one even went above and beyond. Exalted Demonette spam. Actually pretty good somehow. Sigvald did fine. He really wasn't the centerpiece of this game. He existed. Slaanesh Caster did fine. Devoted Marauders did okay. And the Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh did very well. So it was Hellstriders and Demonettes carrying, not really Sigvald. Sigvald was there. Sigvald was around. (1-0) to Blood Penguin. Whereas Eldrin, I don't know. So here's the follow-up. Here's the follow-up. Does Blood Penguin go Dark Elves and Tretch go High Elves? Or does Blood Penguin go High Elves and then Tretch goes High Elves to mirror him? Because those are the only factions left. Penguin can play Dark Elves or High Elves, and Tretch can play High Elves. Which actually, if this goes to a Game 3... we might just have to declare it a tie. Because if we get to Game 3, like, Tretch plays High Elves, Blood Penguin plays Dark Elves, right? Then we get to Game 3. Blood Penguin has High Elves less, but, like, Tretch literally has no factions left to play. I'm trying to think. Because he'll have played High Elves and Dark Elves, yeah. He's out of, like... There's literally no other factions to select. It's not that he can't play them. If these other mythical factions existed... which they don't, he could play him. Tretch is a good enough player that he could play him, right? But, like, they're just not there. There's no... if you open the faction selector, it's High Elves, Dark Elves with a mustache. That's it! That is it! I'm happy Dark Elves are losing. Bring much joy and happiness. Good. Alright, chat, here's the thing. If Blood Penguin switches over to Dark Elves and Tretch switches over to High Elves, I'm shutting down the stream. I'm shutting it down. But Human Boy, this is fine. I don't care. I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna watch another fucking game of some knife ears poking each other in the ribs. It's not gonna happen. Slaanesh is there. Cyrus, it was just a joke. These other factions aren't real, and even if they were... we would be able to talk about them. Tretch switches over to Empire. Could it be... oh, Kislev versus Empire! Holy shit! Different factions. What's funny is we actually have seen Empire and Kislev today. I'm not against it. They're hype factions. It's just like... there is a kind of funny thing where each tournament has its own meta, and I can't tell. It's the boring but true answer to everything is it's probably both. But anyway, each tournament has its own meta, and it's just kind of funny where, like, there was that one tournament where Slaanesh was picked a bunch with the Demon Prince, and then I never saw the Demon Prince again. But yeah, there are tournaments where
Vampire Coast is very strong, and then today we've seen them literally one time. And now we're seeing Kislev and Empire. So it's just funny how like each tournament has a bit of a flavor. And sorry, I never got to the point of it's usually both. Is I wonder if it's the longer this meta goes on, the more people learn the matchups and pull out some secret pocket picks they've had more time to develop because the patches lasted so long. Or if like players get bored of playing the same things, so then a different spice of the month pops up. And the answer is probably a little bit of both. But like, we haven't seen any Tomb Kings today. We saw one Coast game. And in previous tournaments, it was like Tomb Kings and Coast were all the fucking time. Hubby casting definitely carrying the stream. Aw, thanks, buddy. I'm trying. Just came back hoping for some elf play. KV, I will say if you rewind the stream, you'll be disappointed by the lack of elves. Also, in our rare domination game, there weren't any elves. There weren't any. Can ogres be meta? There was a couple tournaments where ogres were super popular. Yeah. The single faction tournament, sure, but then ogres were also pretty prominent, like the last regular land battles thing I hosted. I hosted, not that I cast. The last one I cast, it was like a weird... What was the pseudo meta there? For some reason I'm blanking on it. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Meta will keep changing slowly even with no patches. Yeah. Patches just accelerate the process. Worst game was the Cathay Mirror. It was kind of funny. It's not something I would ever want to do again, but it is funny when it happens like once, like a Cathay Mirror that lasts 23 minutes. And actually maybe 25 minutes. And the players had to speed it up. Like they hit the speed up button. But it ended up being very, very close. Like it was 1 or 2 attacks from the end. So it ended up being close. Just took forever to get there. To be honest, what do you need other than High Elves? I would like some Skaven. Fuck you, Black Knight. No, I'm sorry. That was aggressive. It was also a joke. I think this meta was fine. Like, that is my take on it. And I've given it several times during the stream, but people come and go. So if you heard this already, I'll give you the TLDR version. I think this meta is good. I think this meta has just worn out its welcome, as any meta does, right? Like Grom the Paunch and 6 Spider Riders with Stone Trolls and a River Troll Hag. It was fine. It just lasted a year and a half. Torox being strong with like Centigors and Traderkin, that was a fine little meta. And then it lasted until the end of Warhammer 2. Fey Double Paladin is fine. And then it lasted too long. Like, you know, change is good. Like Malekith Malice being strong is good. It's just, all right, we had that. Now let's get something new. Let's keep it fresh. Let's keep it moving. Hi, Hazel. And it's not that things don't ever need buffs and nerfs. It's just like, it was nice having High Elves get a day in the sun, right? Because the High Elves needed some love since like Warhammer 2. And they finally got it, and that's cool. It's just, okay, we've done this for 4 months now. Can someone else get love? And again, that's the direction I want us to go. More than nerfs, I would like buffs for things that aren't meta to get stronger rather than things that are currently stronger to get weaker. Except for like healing. Like obviously healing can be nerfed, but I don't know. Nerf healing, nerf death, the lore of death, and then give some of the lower tier factions some buffs and we'll be fine. That beast meta still exists that day. I really haven't been seeing that much Torox, actually. Malagor has been pretty strong. Morgar's been strong. Prey Shaman of Blank has been strong. I haven't seen a lot of Torox. And the Mino Bus is back. What was the best meta? Honestly, like, in my opinion, and everyone's going to have a different opinion, I think the best meta is either this one. It's worn out its welcome. It's worn out its welcome, but like the meta here, I like a lot. Where it's
A heavy focus on cavalry and ranged assets. And artillery / chariots kind of suck. I mean, healing's too strong. Like, every meta has problems, but I think the Grom the Paunch and 6 Skirmish Cav era was my least favorite because I don't enjoy skirmish play. And if you do enjoy skirmish play, then that was a better meta for you. But I generally enjoy just more like get to the point action, which is currently this meta. Like, this meta skirmish is weak. It's like doable, but the meta is not skirmish. Anyway, the build for Tretch is triple Demigryph Knight, quadruple Empire Knight, Jade Wizard with Dwellers Below and Earthblood, Boris Todbringer up in the sky, and 4 Swordsmen. For Kislev and Blood Penguin, we have 2 Kossovite Dervishes, 3 Kossovite Dervishes in the Vanguard. In the back, we have 2 Warbear Riders, 1 Patriarch with just the melee attack buff and passive healing, so no active healing for those Warbears. We have an Ice Witch of Ice with just Ice Maiden's Breath, a front line of armored Kossars, and a back line of Kossars with Spears and Streltsy. A very good, solid Kislev build. Armored Kossars will generally trade quite nicely into most Empire units besides Greatswords. I've really been enjoying Greatswords a ton. This is the infantry spam meta. Every time today, Black Knight, like, people say that, but every time today that we've ended a game with a giant horde of infantry, but nothing else, they've lost. Like the Cathay Mirror. Blue Cathay had legitimately 7 infantry units left, and Miao Ying just killed all of them. Empire Knights dissuading the Kossovite Dervishes from rear charging their swordsmen. Now, these Dervishes in the Vanguard, they have no ranged units to go after because it's an all Empire Cav melee build. So these Dervishes actually will be probably quite insignificant in the outcome of the game. I am worried for Kislev, actually. They don't have a ton of melee stuff that can fight these Demigryphs. Oh, wait, yeah, the Bears. There we go. I was like, I mean, these Archers, the Streltsy maybe, but Dual Bears is going to be tough. Big Dwellers Below coming in, but since the nerfs, it doesn't really do that much damage to low entity models like these Warbear Riders. You can see it's just literally doing no damage to them at all as they're sitting on it. And that's going to be a rough one. Now for Kislev, Streltsy and Kossars are trying to fire over into the Empire Knights, and they are doing so. They're getting some decent damage. Where are the Demigryphs? 2 Demigryphs over here. Third one is somewhere. Where is the third Demigryph? Did it already die? There's no way it already died. There it is. There's its. Yeah, I just lost its unit card. So it is in the thick of it. It's in the thick of the fight. Warbear Riders taking a lot of damage. I wonder if it's friendly fire from the archers or if the Demigryphs are actually just kicking that much ass in combat right now. Hazel ran off to chase the cat and almost knocked over a light. But we made it through. Boris Todbringer, his debuffs aren't going to be as important versus Kislev because of their unbreakable passive and stuff. It's not like he can cycle terror route things or really debuff them that much. Though he does jump onto the Patriarch and is going to snipe him out, but Karl Franz might have been maybe a better choice unless they just wanted someone to be self-sufficient. Demigryph Knights piling in, though they are kind of running out of health. To be fair, so is Kislev, especially with their healer getting run off. Ooh, he's not going to get chased off the map, though, so he'll come back, and he could return to heal up his Warbears once more. Big ice cast onto the Demigryph Knights. Those do not feeling the love. This could be a problem, though, for the Empire. Is a backfield of a ton of ranged units all getting completely secured by Kislev, and there's really nothing around that can go back and deal with them. Some Demigryph Knights are trying to bust out, some Empire Knights are trying to bust out, but with Streltsy and Archers hammering in, it can grind you down over time as the Patriarch tries to rejoin the fight. He pops Tor's Battle Hymn, but he's immediately going to get pushed back off the map, and a quick Earthblood from the Jade Wizard is going to try and keep the Empire pushing forward. Empire is up on the balance of power. They are even-ish on the damage value. Empire Knights just stuck with in a fight with Streltsy and the Ice Witch. Another Ice Maiden's Kiss takes out 2 swordsman units. And I'm really worried the momentum's going to shift against the Empire here. Kossar pistols, Kossar spears, Streltsy, everybody getting freed up, everybody just starting to fire in on the Demigryph Knights. Oof. Skirmish meta was much more interesting than this, like so many cav and so few micro moves needed. Collapse, stay in fight, cast, and buff. Oh yeah, Fate of Buna really does stop a lot of Cav from doing what it wants to do. So last attempt here, Boris Toddbringer dives in, and actually he's kicking the Ice Witch's ass, but I was going to say he and his Cav are just trying to stop these archers from shooting that Demigryphs for a little bit, as the Demigryphs are getting real low, Captain. Real low, but it might not matter. Boris might be able to carry as he just is demolishing this Ice Witch, taking her down. And another wraparound from the Empire Knights, though they are starting to break. They are starting to falter. And the Demigryphs get pushed off. Ooh, we still have Warbears and a Patriarch, and he's been healing them up. Both sides running out of juice as some Kossars rally on the far side. They're all firing in, but what can kill Boris? What can stop this madman? The absolute madman in the background, just slaughtering an Ice Witch casually. She's even gonna shatter. Oof. As far as it being easier for me as opposed to me having to get in with my Cav. Unkillable foot characters, yeah, those are trash. Every meta has problems for sure. I think this or the end of Warhammer 2 are the best two of like most factions being technically functional. I don't know, because Old Beastman was like a meme beyond a meme. They were just straight up trash. Only specialists could play them. Armored Kossars, Streltsy, just the last little remnants of Kislev popping in, firing off shots with their little pistols, trying to deal more damage. And the Empire's enduring for now. Some Kossar spears need to turn around and fight those Demigryphs who are going to break. But do they break before the Kossars? Yes, they do. And they shatter. Oof. So where are we at? Where are we at, Empire? Some Empire Knights, Boris, and a Lifecaster. That's it. For Kislev, Kossar spears, armored Kossars with no ammunition. That's about it. Oh, we still have a Patriarch. Though Boris is probably going to 2-tap that Patriarch. Judging by how this game's been going, he lands on stuff and he kills stuff. Kislev trolled when needed Boris versus Boris. That seems unlikely. Last of the Empire's supporting knights did dive in. Boris is now targeting the Patriarch as we predicted. He hits again on the charge. He hits again on the charge. This man's been having the RNG of the gods this game. God damn, Boris. Why don't you do this in my games? Usually you're just kind of a tanky dude because you can never hit anything because you're a piece of shit. Dives in, finally misses an attack on the Patriarch, who terror routes back into Boris because routing is working as intended. And the Ice Witch is still alive, so Kislev hasn't taken a big leadership bomb yet, but as soon as she goes off the map, they actually will take a leadership hit. Swordsman trying to come back for the Empire. Boris getting shot on all sides a little bit. Yeah. Grand Cathay, Warzy Cast, Empire, Tzeentch a lot in best of threes. Yeah, that is the meta. Black Knight for sure. Patriarch is shattered. Jade Wizard getting shot in the face by some armored Kossar pistols. The rest of the armored Kossar is probably going to have to clear out these swordsmen. Army losses is going to be Kislev's worst enemy, though. Black Knight, I'm noticing you didn't say corn. I've actually been seeing a good amount of corn with the Mino bus. And if you play with Cool Umbrella, you see a lot of Nurgle. Don't you see Vampire Coast and Tomb Kings? I see more of Vampire Coast and Tomb Kings than I see of Skaven. I disagree with some of your stuff, but if that's just what you've seen, that's fine. But I've seen different things. So Boris's heal cap is coming within sight, and he's taking a lot of damage from these archers. He is unshielded. He has 85 armor. It's not the most in the world. And he's trying to push off these spears, but they are spears. They're all hybrid infantry. Boris is actually taking a shitload of damage. And the Jade Wizard is coming back. We have some swordsmen. Actually, I wouldn't hate for the Jade Wizard to throw Earthblood on those swordsmen. Or maybe he has a Dwellers Below. Yeah, maybe he has the Dwellers Below. There it is. It's going to be a pretty huge Dwellers. I actually still think Kislev can win this as long as they don't army loss. Like, if everybody on the whole map was unbreakable for both sides, I think Kislev would win it. But their leadership is getting low. Dweller's Below is dealing a lot of damage. Boris taking as much damage as he has is the only thing that's kept that balance of power from tipping into army losses territory. Takes some pistol fire from the armored Kossars. And they are going to rout when he gets behind them. Nope, they barely hold on. They're going to shoot him in the bum. And the Jade Wizard taking a lot of damage too. Kislev is really scrapping this out. Boris is almost heal capped.
Where are your spines?
Where are your spines? It sounds like the fleeing unit was the one saying that, which I find remarkably funny. Swordsman about to rout. When they rout, their friend should rout. Nope, looks like Boris is going to be able to keep them in the fight. Armored Kossar is going to beat up the Jade Wizard. The Kossars of Spears desperately trying to hold on. Army losses is hitting, it looks like. Maybe. Or that guy just actually got hit by our blood popped by nothing. More Kossars are rallying in the distance, firing in. Swordsmen are routed. Jade Wizard's getting close. Balance of Power still like Empire's got it easy peasy lemon squeezy, but I'm not so sure, Balance of Power. I'm not so sure. Boris is officially heel capped. He's just getting shot in the face by arrows. Jade Wizard's still almost routing. Can they do it? Brett being slept on, man. Black Knight, I'm confused what you want out of this. You say, like, all you see is a couple factions, but then you're saying that there's a bunch of factions that are good. I'm confused, I'm scared, and I'm alarmed. Archer's still shooting at Boris. Boris just dodging as best he can while also attacking something. Swordsmen are back. They're trying to side charge these little Kossar spears. We need these armored Kossars to go intercept them and take them out. And another Dwellers Below trying to kill off some more of the spears, the ones that have ammunition. And they are doing their best to run away. Meanwhile, other armored Kossars will go fight the Jade Wizard. Boris is so low. More Kossar spears are back. They have ammo. They need to turn and fire at Boris. Boris is sub 1,500 HP. If Brad had something else behind Fae and Paladins you wouldn't mind, yeah. Bedazzle your senses. Okay, swordsmen are gone. It's officially 2 versus 300. Archers are still trying to fire at Boris and only Boris. They're ignoring the Jade Wizard entirely. They don't give a shit about him. Boris just straight lands on him. Doesn't even attempt to charge thing. Just from vertical down. Archers in the distance still trying to fire over onto Boris. He has 1,300 HP. He really hasn't lost a lot of HP in the last couple seconds. For a while there, he was getting chunked out. Now he's doing good-ish. 1,200, 1,100, 1,000. Nope, that was the Jade Wizard. Another volley onto Boris. He dodges most of it. He's going in on the armored Kossars. 1,100. He's chilling. 1,000 on the Jade Wizard. Armored Kossars are back. These guys have all shattered. Another armored Kossar is about to leave. Boris is 1,000 HP. Jade Wizard's 900. Boris he's flashing. He's flashing sub 1,000. 9 leadership. The spear Kossars do have to sprint into melee, but the Jade Wizard is gonna rout. No, he rallies at the last second too. Spears are surrounding Boris. 800 HP. 662 on the Jade Wizard. More armored Kossars are coming back, but all of the ranged capable units are out of ammo except for this one. This guy has 3 shots left. His leadership's currently negative. He's currently running away. Boris charges back into some armored Kossars. They're slapping him. 800 HP on that boy. 662 still on the Jade Wizard. But these Kossars with spears can rally in the distance. Can they come back? Can they turn around? Can they fire? And it is over! The Empire wins. Kislev probably need to take out the mage to save the balance of power, probably, yeah. 2,100 on Boris, 1,400 on the Life Wizard. Demigryph Knights, pretty good value overall, except for the Halberds, but they didn't really have a whole lot to halberd down. Empire Knights did okay. Swordsmen did actually pretty well. For Kislev, the Ice Witch, she didn't get a lot done, unfortunately. Ice Maiden's Breath didn't have a whole lot of place in this build. Patriarch got murked. Warbears did their best, but did not pay for themselves. Armored Kossars were the absolute heroes. Streltsy and Kossars with Spears also did amazingly well. So Kislev single entities and Cav didn't do much, but all of their ranged assets did, while the Empire, Cav, and single entities did great.
I don't know if that was army losses. Like, it maybe was, but I think just all of a sudden, like, the last two things routed. So, it was close. It was a banger. It slapped, and I think Hazel has to go outside, so I'll be right back. Would have been cool to see Boris versus Boris at the end. I mean, Kislev Boris would have won because he's an anti-large duelist, while basic Boris is not really a huge duelist. Just saying. What does it say? I still have unread messages. The old switcheroony, Blood Penguin on his Empire. It looks like reverses Khorne. Khorne and the Empire. Now, Khorne, most of their matchups, they just run the Mino bus. Probably no different into Empire. I used to like taking the ROR Skull Crushers and Blood Crushers and some Flesh Hounds and try to like rush that way, but after I've been enlightened to the ways of the Mino bus, it just does what I wanted the heavy cat to do, but better. Hazel, are you harassing the kitty cat? Why are you doing that? Hey, why would you harass the kitty? What did Mr. Mukau do to you? Huh? What did Mr. Mukau do to you? Nothing. Nothing. Khorne's ready. Can we talk about the CA propaganda in their trailers? Wolfric can't kill anything in the game. He kills in trailers. Yeah. Wolfric in game? Trash. Wolfric in trailers? Trash with a beard. Can't wait for the full skirmish mode. Khorne's double skull cannon Dracite. Yeah, easy. Easy game, easy life. Drinking out of cups. Oh. This is a Hazel Basil. Oh, she's so Hazel. Oh, she's so Basil. So Hazel. So Basil. This is the last game of the day, folks.
started a poll. Blood Empires, because I've known Plague Penguin as Blood Penguin, and he's that way in my Discord. He's one of my mods and stuff, so I still call him Blood Penguin, even though in Steam he's Plague Penguin. So it's Odium Corn versus Blood Empire. Both builds are 0 gold builds. There's no favoritism as far as Ranald goes. We have a Mino bus with dogs and blood crushers, literally 0 infantry, versus a weird Empire build. It doesn't like the Empire build. I'm just confused where the money went. I don't feel like there's any money here. 2 huntsmen, 2 guns, an outrider, some Empire Knights, a bunch of state troops, and then Boris and a light caster. And it's just like, how did this cost you any money? It feels like it's all chaff, I guess, is my point. That is my whole point. This has been my essay. If the Empire just brings chaff, can they beat Khorne? You love this Khorne build? Good. I do love how Khorne's infantry is generally so bad, people just stop taking them. I don't see Marauders of Khorne, like, ever anymore. They're just terrible. See some Chaos Warriors sometimes, you see Chosen sometimes, but mostly it's just, why need a frontline? Strat game with the $10, money that was missing from the Empire build. Hey, thanks, Strat. Thank you, sir. Frequent patron of the channel. Zep has not answered, so he's probably not at his computer. And if we're going to run the event next week, we won't be able to track the most matches, probably. So, yeah. It looks like we'll have to do the most elo gained, and then the best replay. And I'll put up the $20 for best replay. And if you want to put up the 40 for the other stuff, that's fine. If you don't want to, I can. But we'll have that run through all of next week. The Mino bus is going on a road trip. Yeah, a little bit. So we did talk about the builds. 2 Empire Knights, 2 Huntsmen, 2 Gunpowder units, one of which is the Silver Bullets, one of which is Sterling's Revenge. We do have Boris Todbringer up in the sky, a Light Wizard on foot with just net. And then some Spearmen, some Swordsmen, and 1 Outrider with pew-pew guns. My god, is Sigmar's god Ulrich? I actually just... That took a while to sink in. That's kind of some BM. Jesus Christ, Outriders. Anyway. Up. Can't move my mouse. My foot hooked my mouse. On the other side, it is just the Dog Tide. Chaos Warhounds and Fleshhounds of Khorne mixed in. 3 Minotaurs of Khorne with great weapons. 2 Blood Crushers, one of which is the Herald of Khorne's Fury. They do give a weakness to fire damage. Aura. And then Valkia. Valkia, the Bloody. Demon Shield, Spear Sleipnir. Frenzy. The good goods. I think the Empire is fucked. And 14 votes are in. Apparently 71% of you agree with me. I think this Khorne build's gonna roll shop over the Empire. We'll have to see, but... I don't know, it's a lot of state troops, so it's a lot of kills for Khorne to be had, and then you get army abilities, and then you kill everybody. Dogs running through the woods to go get a nice surround. Blood Crusher's moving up too. A bit. Weird I don't have the moving fast on these guys, but when other stuff moves, it's moving fast. Weird. Fleshhounds of Khorne just kind of being in range of the Silver Bullets, taking some free damage. Don't want to fuck off and stop taking that, so there they go, running away. Oh, I suppose the Silver Bullets were stalked, so maybe they didn't know they were in danger until they started shooting. That's fair. Alright, Human Boy, you win this round.
Fleshhounds getting poked once again by the Sterling's Revenge. I expect to see a Spear Sleipnir go down these guys at some point because they're so clustered together. If they ever stop and fire, it's just going to be spear time. Khorne doing some rotations. Looks like these Fleshhounds are maybe just trying to waste the Empire's time, but generally it's really hard to dodge with multi-entity models. Yeah, you can see how much damage they're taking even when they're trying to dodge. And Khorne's taking so long to set up, man. They're taking a lot of damage. Gonna have to hurry up and commit. Huntsman firing at these Minotaurs from the side, and there's a net caster who's waiting to just like net down one of these guys in front of Sterling's Revenge. Kind of surprised he hasn't netted yet. Big overcast net, there it is. Sterling's Revenge are going to turn and fire on the Heralds of Khorne's Fury, and I expect to see the Spear Sleipnir go up Sterling's Revenge and stop them from shooting, but it looks like they're not going to. There it is. There's Sleipnir. Zzz. Goodbye, you. But the Heralds of Khorne's Fury and these Minotaurs did have a bad time, so this was overall a pretty good trade, pretty good net play. Fleshhounds and basic Chaos Warhounds try to charge into the front line, try and get to the Silver Bullets. They fail, and they are pushed off. And one of the Minotaurs is already routing. Empire is up 3,000 to 1.5k damage value, so about 2 to 1. Boris Todbringer is going to opt out of the fight over there. Now, Chaos Warhounds of Khorne have gotten in through the back line, backfield, trying to stop these Huntsmen from firing. Sterling's Revenge are routing, Swordsmen are routing. This could be Khorne's avenue back into the game a little bit, but the Chaos Warhounds might just route. They might just route on their own. The Mino bus has stalled out. The Mino bus is looking for gas. Where's the third Minotaur? Oh no, he forgot the third Minotaur! Oh, rip in peace, dude. So the Blood Crushers are the immortal unit, meaning if they get low enough, they will not rout, they will just die. And death is coming for them swiftly. Boris Todbringer is a good choice versus the Forces of Chaos for that reason. Blood Roar does have -8 leadership effect. ITP does not save you from that. Khorne's falling apart, Fleshhounds disintegrating away a little bit. Chaos Warhounds have already fled for the hills, and the third healthy Minotaur is now joining the fight just a little late. And another net is coming in for them, or for the dogs? It is for the Fleshhounds as they try to keep the Huntsmen alive. Outriders firing in, Silver Bullets firing in, Huntsmen firing in, just way too much firepower. Fleshhound's going to disintegrate away, probably followed by the Heralds of Khorne's Fury, going to disintegrate away. And the last Blood Crusher is gone too. All the demonic units for Khorne are gone, just leaving natural-born units that can actually rout. We are officially down to just Valkia and a Minotaur. GG. Yep, bit of a delayed charge there from Khorne. Rough. Todbringer did okay. Netcaster did fine. Empire Knights actually did very well considering how short the game was. Empire Frontline just died for the Blood God, as Handgunners and Huntsmen and Sterling's Revenge did a lot of good work. GG, well played. GG, well played to all parties. I will send the two $10 Steam gift cards to Blood Penguin and to Raced soon, but for now I must off to work. So they will get their money later when I feel like it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna pay them. Fuck them. What have they ever done for me? Nothing! Okay, goodbye.